Over the past few months, I've gone from a completely barren world to a thriving industrial colony using crate mud and mine colonies. From factories to railways, a distant mountain quarry, and a huge tunnel bore, you'll find all this and so much more right here in one video. If you don't want to miss out on future ones, make sure to drop a like and hit that subscribe button down below. But now, sit back, relax, and enjoy 1000 days in Minecraft Create Mod. Minecraft has villagers and auto-crafting soon, apparently. But mine colonies and create mod take both of these mechanics to the next level. With mine colonies, you can create your own cities populated with advanced NPCs all performing their own jobs. With create, you can bring impressive factories, logistics, defenses, railways, and so much more to your cities. That's why I'm combining these two aspects into one. The mod pack I'm using is inspired by Mr. Beardstone's mod pack from his Create series and includes numerous add-ons for Create, ranging from railways and oil processing to multi-block artillery and even a Create integration content pack for the newly rebooted Flans gun mod. I've also got some food and storage mods, but most importantly, I'm using Biomes of Plenty and Terralith with large biomes in order to encourage train logistics between distant colonies, each with their own theme and purpose. Now, let's make a new world. What a pleasant looking spot. Ooh, look, there's cherry trees over there. There's a village over there. There may be another village over there even, wow. And we are only a mere 140 blocks from 0, 0. That's pretty cool. Just like my skin. Almost forgot, wouldn't want to play on normal now, would we? That would be kind of bad. Ooh, hey fish. So this is all barley, but I don't know if I can actually eat that. Oh, you can compost it? That's not very helpful. Well, if I want to make a colony, I think I'm going to need a supply ship. We are going to need this thing, and that just needs 4 different boats. That is not very hard. I should go ahead and make that right now. Although I'm going to have to do the normal Minecraft stuff. I don't really have much of anything. I have a fish. I'm gonna whack the tree with the fish. Now I could make a set of stone tools and go exploring around the area. I find the lack of saplings disturbing. I need more wood. I don't have enough for 5 different boats. I'm also going to need food. There's lots of food right here though. I had lots of food, and I thought I'd make my way over to the village and see what I could find. Ooh, there's sheep right there. We'll be able to get plenty of wool for beds and stuff, although I bet that stuff is also at the village. I'll be over there soon. Ooh, look at that. This is from the food mod, from Farmer's Delight. These are tomatoes, like wild tomatoes. Well, one thing I'm gonna try to find is some leather. I mean, it's modded Minecraft, so probably the first priority is to make a backpack. Okay, so I'm gonna need a piece of gold. That might be a little bit problematic. And then, of course, the leather, but the gold might be bad. Ooh, look at this. That's an iron block. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Very cool. What are you? You're a toolsmith? I guess that makes sense. Ooh, got some armor. That's... Whoa. What the heck is that? I just got like a bunch of sets. Okay, there was a bunch of armor stands right there. That's really weird. I really don't... Wow, that's a lot of coal. Okay. I used my newfound iron block to make an iron pickaxe, and I went downstairs to smelt my fish in the furnaces. Very nice. Very nice. What we got here? There's a suspicious amount of wool. Oh, there's beds here. Okay, bro, you're a shepherd, as I expected. Ooh, that's a lot of food. We got onions. Oh, there's some gold. Oh, you know, can I like melt this down or do something with this? Yeah, I can melt it into gold nuggets. Oh, this is like a big dormitory kind of place. Oh, and more gold. Yeah, I actually will be able to do the thing. Oh, look at that. It's like a fridge or something. Those are actually campfires. I think I need flint and steel. I melted down my extra gold armor into gold nuggets in order to make that 1 gold ingot that I need for the backpack. Why are you not in a dormitory somewhere? I don't know what... Okay. Well, if you think you can be safe, good on you. Oh, look, I bet I could get a lot more gold armor if I wanted. Oh, beehives. Are there bees here, I wonder? Oh, there are no bees. 0 bees. This is so sad. I could probably spend all day I could totally spend all day looting this village. I don't really want to do that. I mean, I want to be nice. I don't want to take all of their stuff, do I? So what I really need, though, is I need leather. So I'm thinking I'm going to look around until I can find some leather somewhere. Hopefully there's got to be some, right? Bro, what is the point of all these beehives if there's no bees? Look at that. Cows. Let's go get them. I should probably breed these guys. It's possible there might not be any cows nearby. Oh, look, there's lots of cows up here. I can get these guys and not worry that there are going to be no cows left anywhere. I found a big ruined portal pretty close to the cows. Bane of Arthropods 5 golden knife. That is not helpful. Let us make a backpack. And flint and steel so I can go cook that stuff. So I need these tanks. Oh no, that needs more iron. I actually have that. But I need glass. I had no sand with which to make glass, so I had to go back and find some. Alright, your little fridge here is gonna now be a smoker area. Well, I see sand over there. I don't know if there's any closer sand. While waiting for the glass to smelt, I went up to a big sheep pen and bred the sheep and then killed a bunch of the sheep in order to get some wool and more food. Oh shoot, I just remembered I haven't gotten that stuff that was on the campfires. It might have despawned by now. Oh. It's still here. Let's go. Okay, we can make the backpack now. I have those 2 tanks. Nice thing about these backpacks is they can hold fluid. Oh, that's not a lot of room. There better be some upgrades for this, just saying. And it goes, uh-oh. Okay. That was almost bad. That was actually bad. I'm kind of surprised I didn't die, though. Does anybody have a bed that I can steal that is not terribly colored? In other words, does anybody have a red bed? The only acceptable bed? These are all yellow beds. That's not epic. I'm not going to take one of these. The backpacks have built-in crafting tables, meaning that I can craft stuff on the go literally anywhere. And I was able to do that to make my red bed. So now I'm back to where I started. It means it's time to work on making a colony. We're going to do it the cool way. We're going to build the supply ship that showed up where the colonists arrived. They're setting up a new settlement over there. And basically what that's going to do is it's going to spawn these villagers, but they're not villagers. They're much more advanced NPCs, I guess. And they will be able to have jobs like builder or farmer, and they can go get materials for you. They'll be able to move materials around. They'll be able to do a lot of crafting as you teach them stuff and they become more advanced. So I think it's going to fit fairly well with Create mod, and we have a lot of different add-ons for Create. We've got the Create confectionery, so like there's all this food stuff that's pretty cool. We also have Create industrial mod. It's got like oil processing. There's all these different engines and things like that. We even have a gun mod for Create. It's actually amazingly a mod for flans that goes with Create. But somehow they rebooted flans mod. Likely what I'm going to do eventually is have multiple colonies, and we'll have like a colony over in a forest that's like just a lumberjack colony or whatever, where it's just a ton of lumberjacks and they're constantly getting trees. We can get chunk loaders and stuff. At the time though, I didn't even have enough wood to make one single colony supply ship for one colony, let alone multiple colonies. We don't have a lot of wood nearby, so for example, you can make lumberjacks that are going to go cut down trees for you. But there's not really a forest here. So that's not super practical. And yeah, I could transplant a forest into the prairie. But if I'm being honest, that's a little bit lame. It would be way cooler to go over to the actual forest over here, or perhaps elsewhere, and have like a big logging town and then like a freight train that brings logs over and delivers them. That sounds way cooler than just moving some saplings over here and pretending like this is a forest. No, this is not. So I need 5 boats, and if I take my 5 boats, I can make a supply ship. And so I think this is basically for a schematic that I have to build myself. Since I don't have any colonists yet, there are no builders. So if I place it like right here, I get the schematic of it. I'm actually inside of the thing right now. So it's deploying this hologram. This is not the kind of ship I want. So the way this works... Oh, I did not mean to move that. But the way this works is you can go up here, and there's all these different packs, like different building styles. Some of them I added, some of them are built in, and they all have kind of a different style. Like if we wanted Byzantine, we could switch to this. And this is kind of what the ship would look like. It's a little bit too high up, but you can see that's about what it would look like. That's pretty cool. But the ship I think I want to go with is going to be under the medieval oak category. I've actually looked at a lot of these building styles, and I kind of have a good idea of which ones I plan to use in the colony that'll fit fairly well with what I will be building on my own. Because we're not only going to build colony stuff, but there will be a decent amount of that. I intend to make quite a big city if I can. So let me go make sure that I actually get this in the right spot. Right now it is definitely not in the right spot. What the heck? Why is it underwater now? It took me a while to get the ship positioned correctly, but eventually I got it aligned nicely with the bank of the river. Splendid. I'm gonna go with this. This is the good spot. I even got rid of some of this dirt here, which was in the way. So I think what I can do now... Uh-oh. This needs to go away. Okay, what I can do now is confirm the selection. Not all blocks in the area meet the requirements. Recheck the highlight. Oh, what the heck? Not a fluid. That's true. Those are not fluids. It really wants me to dig that out. And so I did. Very slowly and painfully underwater, where I could barely even see anything. Oh, I really need a better shovel. This stone is killing me. There's got to be some iron or copper around here, right? Right, and look at what I have. I have a copper shovel. Oh, I actually don't know if it's any better than stone. We're gonna find out. How about that? Ooh, sulfur ore. That sounds nice. I want to use that to make explosives. I went back to my tiny camp, made a copper shovel, and discovered that it was faster than stone. Eventually, I was all ready to put the ship down. Okay. Wow, whoa. Wait, did that just place the whole thing? Oh, it did. I didn't know it would do that. I thought I'd have to get the materials. I literally just have a ship now. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I'd need to get the materials, but apparently not. You know, I'm kind of glad that it that it did that, because I was not looking forward to trying to get these banners. Alright, we've got a captain's quarters, and this is what I thought. We've got the town hall, and we have the building tool, and some paper for some reason. So this is how you actually make the colony. I think we've got these storage racks down here. We've got some beds. I don't know if the colonists will live in here. Oh, and there's even stuff. Oh, look at that. A stack of oak logs, some tools. This is cool. I'm glad I did this. Back here, what do we have? Oh, we even have more oak logs. We have stone. We have water bottles, some food. Wow, we are all set. I'm gonna actually go, like, bring my stuff aboard the ship. I seem to be missing a chest carrying mud. I might have to... we'll be right back, guys. That's what I mean. This is what we want to do. I'm not moving items by hand. Well, I am kind of, but it's not the same. Is there a crafting table down here? Oh my god, yeah, there is. Nice. I'm gonna go to bed. I started the morning by killing a nearby Enderman. Ooh, thank you. That was very kind of you. Alright, I have a town hall. I need to put the town hall somewhere where I can have a lot of room, because, well, the town hall, as you upgrade it, it can get pretty giant. I think I can move it, but not really once I start building. Yeah, so this is kind of the biggest flat area that I've got. This area right here. Other than over here, and I'm not going all the way over there right now. Maybe I will later. Maybe we'll have to expand. You know, I should probably just run up this hill and actually see exactly what's over it before I start doing stuff. Just in case. I don't really want to make it that far from the supply ship. Are those horses? Ooh. Ooh, those are horses over there. That's so nice. I wonder if I can make a saddle. I can make a saddle. That's even nicer. We've got a river and more lavender and a giant expanse of barley. It's not exactly flat over here either until you get over there. And that's... well, it's not as far away as I thought, actually. But I do kind of want to build on the hill for now. Okay. Use the build tool. Yes, I should use the build tool. And here we can see there's 5 different levels. So you kind of have to plan on what it's going to be like when it's the biggest level. So there's tons of different building styles. And I kind of have a couple of these that I know I like. I just need to go pick exactly which one I want to use for the town hall. So let me go ahead and look at this real fast. And I'll come back once I actually find out which one I'm going to use. Well, I know this is a little bit blasphemous, but I'm going to actually go with the medieval birch, of all things, for the town hall. And that's going to go roughly here. And, well, let me show you why. So that's the level 1. And we're not even going to probably build this today in this video. We probably won't have time. And I won't be able to anyways, because I have to build a builder's hut first, but that's beside the point. Look at what you get once you get to level 5. I am a big fan of the level 5. I'm gonna kind of plan most of this based off what the level 5 version of each building looks like. This is what I'm gonna go with, which means I guess I'm going to place that. If I click that, create new colony, yes please. Word is out about a newly founded colony. Soon the first settlers will join your colony, if there is enough space around the town hall. Well, is there enough space? There seems to be a lot of space. Oh, we got somebody. Look at that. When I went to interact with the colonists, there was a tutorial thing that popped up, which I decided to leave until later. Then I spent a little bit of time trying to familiarize myself with the different stats of the colonists. Oh, we got another one. You are less happy. Why are you less happy? Everyone should be very happy. You're new. You got like a new colony. Like why are we not over the moon? Now that I had colonists, it was time to make a builder's hut, which is basically the first building that you can make. You get a builder as your first profession in the colony, and then that builder will go build their own hut, and then you can use that builder to build other houses later. So now I need to go find a place for this building, and we're actually going to make this building today. This will allow me to do pretty much everything else that I want later. Aha! Aha! I actually spent a really long time trying to get the builder's hut positioned the way I wanted. I even had to move the town hall a little bit in order to get the colony border to work out. What the heck is that explosion? Additionally, all of my colonists had died several times over because they had no shelter, and the new ones got stuck for some reason. Now... I made a little dirt bridge across the river so that the colonists, whoever would become the builder, could make it over to the builder's hut. Upon inspecting the builder's hut, I discovered that somebody had already been automatically assigned the job of builder and was on their way. Nice, so I just need to get this building built. Yeah, I would like to build the building. Our worker is on the way, very slowly from very far away. Ooh. He started work. Good for him. Let's get some materials. Although the builder couldn't actually do anything until I gave him a set of tools.
I can't work like that.
So you have a stone hoe. Are you able to use that? Oh, he is. Nice.
Okay.
You probably are going to need food as well. I brought some bread. Here, why don't you just take all this stuff?
What will it be for you?
Here, you can have shovel, all these tools, have fun. When I clicked on the builder's hut block, I could see a list of all the required items for the build that I'd have to get for the builder. Unfortunately, it became nighttime and the builder started running back towards the town hall. Not that there's any safety there. The only way for me to make the colonists safe at the moment was just to sleep as fast as possible. The next morning, the builder wasn't doing anything because, well, he had no materials. I had to fully supply him with the stuff before he'd start building. I need framed oak planks. How the heck? Okay, so I'm gonna need an architect's cutter. So it's an iron ingot, some stone slabs, and some wood. Frame material, and then center. Oh, look at that. So that's how you make framed oak planks. Man, there's a lot of builds you could do with this. This is kind of crazy. The building options that we have just expanded a lot Finally, I got all the stuff that the builder needed to keep going, so it was time to hit a time lapse. Ooh. Build a builder building. We have built the builder building.
Okay.
Good job, bro. So now you actually have a place to work. And since this building exists, I can actually use it to send out this builder to do other projects elsewhere. You know, there is a chimney here, and there's a distinct lack of smoke coming out of it. I'm going to fix that right now. That looks much nicer. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for in this video. Last time I created a new colony and made this builder's hut in that boat over there. Actually, that's not true. This guy built the hut and the ship was magically spawned in from a prefab item. So today, I'm gonna build something myself, like a house for me. My builder, he's gonna build stuff too. My colonists over here, they're gonna need a place to live. They're all homeless right now, so I'm gonna try to solve that. I can at least stop them from being homeless by building the town hall for them, or making that guy build the town hall. Yeah, he's gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. The one problem is I have no materials, especially not the specific wood types that I need, which also look pretty terrible for the level 1 town hall, I might add. Now let's go ahead and go to build options, and we're gonna build the building. This guy seems to need stuff. There are no guards or barracks towers. You don't feel safe. I would imagine not, especially having watched lots of colonists die before you. Their graves are all around here. I would not feel very safe either.
If you say so.
You're gonna need 500 dirt? Why? What the heck? Looks like he doesn't just need birch wood. So what I'm gonna do is go find a place where I'm actually gonna build my house and flatten the area, which will give me a lot of dirt. And then I'll give him the dirt so he can start on that, because that's the foundation. He won't need the wood until that's all done. That guy over there, he's still putting down the dirt, so I have some extra time, which I'm going to use to grab some sheep from the village and any other animals I can find, so I can try to make a little animal farm. Come hither, sheep. We are going to a bigger pen, maybe. Probably not. I literally had to break the doors down to get the sheep out, but here we are. Can't we have an AI pathfinding update? Can we add that to the giant list of things that we need their own updates for? Right up there with inventory management? Yeah, I have no idea where these guys are going to go long term, so I'm probably going to leave them over here. I'm just going to make a lot of fences. All of the animals ran away in the tiny amount of time it took to build the fence. Meanwhile, the builder finished using 500 dirt, so obviously it's time to go acquire large quantities of birch. There's a special compass called a nature's compass, which you can use to locate any biome in the world. I'm gonna use this compass to locate a birch forest. The only problem is I don't have any iron and I don't have any redstone. Oh, this looks more like it. This is an actual cave. This should have some iron and some stuff that I need. Whoa, look at these giant mushrooms here. I'm totally gonna collapse this cliff and it's gonna be hilarious. Yep, I knew that would happen. Thank goodness. I was hoping I'm in an armor. I got a lot of iron and some other stuff, but no redstone. I remember finding some redstone in the village in the last video, so I'm gonna go grab that. So this church place has item frames here, and these item frames have stuff in them. And I want to say there might have been a redstone one. Yeah, look at. Here's a nature's compass. Looks like we can find a birch forest, and it's 2,000 blocks away. But why would I go on foot when I can make a saddle and get a horse? Right there is our old growth birch forest, which I have come to chop down. It appears to be modeled after those concept art pictures that never actually made it into the update for birch forests. But this is also a really small birch forest. I've just broken my second axe here, and I have quite a few stacks of wood. I think I'm gonna go home now, except on the way back I was gonna stop over here at like the spruce area. Oh, there's a waystone right there. Yeah, I'm gonna take this home. Waystones act as teleportation anchor points, so basically wherever you have one, you can teleport to another one somewhere else in the world, which is why I want this one back in my house. But now I have lots of birch logs, and I can craft up all the materials that the builder needs to finish the town hall. Doors, fenders. Sweet. There he goes. Yay! You got the town hall done, finally. So in here, what do we have? We have... Oh, why is there dirt in here? Oh no. Well, I think the only good thing is that the colonists can come in here when it's nighttime and then they'll be safe. Unless the zombies break the doors down, which, I mean, that could always happen. Alright, let's see what the colonists are gonna do. They're actually running back. Yeah, I think they are. Look at that. They're all on inside. So now that the colonists are all good, I'm gonna go make a design for my house. What I normally do whenever I have to build anything that's even remotely complicated is I go into creative and I make it somewhere else first. This is the house that I'm gonna build to live in that open spot that I cleared. It's gonna be very nice. We're gonna dwarf the town hall. The town hall is gonna look terrible compared to my house. It's gonna be amazing. Nobody else is gonna be able to live here. And it's based off of Victorian architecture. There's a specific house that I was looking at. I just kind of Googled Victorian houses or whatever. Anyways, I'm really happy with how it turned out. We'll even look at the inside briefly here. I kind of got very excited with the framed blocks. There'll be more of the interior to see later, but what I gotta do right now is make a schematic of this using Create Mod, and so I'll be able to load this in the other world, and then it will help me build it, and it'll give me a block list of all the stuff that I need. So I can save this, and it'll go straight into a folder, and then I can load this on the other world. That gets us a schematic table. Yep, I would like this available. Oh, it has a loading bar. Uh-oh. So there's one problem, which is I can't get the material list until I make a schematic cannon, which is the block that you need in order to actually print the schematic into the world. And that schematic cannon takes 2 iron blocks, and I don't have enough iron for that, so I gotta go do some more mining. That is tungsten ore. I can't even mine it, but that's for gun stuff, which is I'm a little ways away from. Oh, finally, diamonds. Now I can go get that tungsten. Oh, you can make tungsten gear. It's better than what I have now. This is actually good. I'm kind of surprised it has equipment. I've got plenty of stuff now. I'm gonna head back out. I have way more than enough iron. Plus I have this new tungsten. I'm gonna make several blast furnaces so I can make all this stuff faster. So apparently I can make tungsten equipment. That looks kind of sick. Let's check the sword stats. Partway between iron and diamond, it looks like. And it's certainly better when it comes to armor. Actually, it's a lot better. It seems to be as good or slightly better than diamond. Plus, I get a set bonus of strength 2 permanently. That's a little overpowered, but more importantly, I can make my schematic cannon now. So this is the schematic cannon. And you can automatically build out schematics with this, but also that's how I get the material list. So apparently I have to position my schematic in the world first before it will print out the book of the materials, which is a little bit annoying, but I don't mind. I get to see kind of what it looks like here. Now is it going to let me print my book? Yay! Material checklist. Let's go. I'm going to point out that a lot of this is going to be framed stuff. Like, look at all this. Framed, all that. 700 framed double slabs. That's not good. So there's a slime there, but we're going to leave him alone because he's a good boy and he's not going to hurt anybody. So there's all this stuff that I have. And this is not even everything because some of the descriptors here, some of it was kind of messed up. And everything will be faster if I get some enchantments. So I'm going to go grab some obsidian. Over here, there's a lava pool right under that slime. Wow. Oh, no, don't blow up the colonists. What the heck? This is going to be a very temporary enchanting setup. The most difficult thing I need to get are these fir planks, because these come from a forest, and I don't think there is one of those forests near me. Actually, I was completely wrong. There is a coniferous forest only 700 blocks away. But I don't want to chop those trees down by hand. So I'm going to make a hand crank, and I'm going to make a mechanical drill, and I believe this will chop it down for me. So I'm going to need andesite alloy, which is made from andesite and iron. Mechanical drill. So we're going to take this oak log, strip it, right click it with an andesite alloy, and then we get an andesite casing. And now I have no andesite and I need to go get some. Mechanical drill, let's go demonstrate on this tree over here, which has been waiting for just this moment. And then I can turn this hand crank and it will break that block. If I break those other blocks and then I do this again, this might break the whole tree. That did not break the whole tree. Why? Oh, come on. So it turns out I'm a little bit stupid. I was using a drill and I needed to be using a saw. That might help. The saw takes iron sheets, which are made in a mechanical press. Only problem is I don't have a mechanical press, and you need a water wheel or something else like that to power it. So I'm gonna have to set up one of these right here before I can even do anything. So I can put water here, and then it should flow down, and it should flow back. Yes. So that should be close to as powered as it can be. Well, that means I should be able to bring the shaft over here, and then I can stick that. What I'm gonna do now is make a little holder, and it's gonna go very slowly. After that brief diversion, I can come back here and make the mechanical saw, and now I should be able to go chop down these trees. Oh, there's pillagers. Only problem is I don't want to kill this guy. Goodbye. Oh, look at... All I did was chop 3 blocks, and then I stuck a drill, and then it just got literally the entire rest of the tree. Now that is tree chopping. With my newfound powers, I can head over to the coniferous forest and grab some trees super fast. Perfect, here we are. So I think I can just go over to one of these giant trees like I did before. I'm on the way back, but I might as well grab some of these trees while I'm here, because I do need these wood types as well, just not as much of it. I just got back and I'm putting the stuff away in the building chest here, but then I remembered that I still needed mangrove wood. I'd completely forgotten about that. Actually, it's only 2,000 blocks away. I just found an ominous woods. This is a rare biome, allegedly. Just found another waystone. That'll come in handy. Looks like I made it. Look at this detour I took. I could have gone straight across the ocean, but instead I went all the way around here because I did not want to abandon my horse. Let's see if I can cut down these mangrove things the same way I did. Oh, yep. That should be good. This is limestone. And limestone is one of the important things I need for my house. And I need a lot of it. Luckily, not all of it's underwater. This is a lot more limestone than I need, but what I think is included in my list doesn't include what goes on the framed blocks. I may have to come back, but hopefully that's enough extra. Well, I've collected basically all of this stuff here, hopefully, minus the bricks. And the one place I can get enough clay to make 14 stacks of bricks is a lush cave biome, and the nearest one is about 900 blocks away. Here we are. Now that I'm here, I have to find a way to smelt 14 stacks of clay blocks worth of clay balls. What, that's like some 52 stacks of clay balls that I have to smelt? That's a lot of fuel. That's a lot of coal. And I'm not gonna mine that much coal. Lucky me, CrateMod has a system for smelting stuff that requires no fuel. Simply, you get a fan, and you stick some lava in front of the fan, and it wafts the lava onto some items that are on a conveyor belt, and then it smelts them with no input. So that's what I gotta make. Only problem is, those fans take iron plates, and the iron plates are very slow to craft. So this can make 7 propellers and then make 7 encased fans. So I'm planning to have 4 different lanes where items are gonna get sent out. So since this is temporary, I'm not gonna make a very great design, but we're gonna have some double chests here. Then these funnels are gonna extract items onto the belts. And then over here, the items are gonna get put back into chests. So these chain drives are going to transfer rotational power all in the same direction. But back here, I need to connect these with cogwheels, so we'll put 2 wheels there. Put some water wheels down, because obviously all of this needs power, otherwise it won't do anything. Look, see? It's already going. I am going to need to speed it up, though. That's better. His fans are going all the way across. You can see they're extending over to here, I believe. Let me stick this over here. So if I put cobblestone here, it starts cooking, and by the time it reaches the other side of the conveyor belt, it should be cooked. At least that's the hope. Yeah, look it. So now that same thing just has to be done with my 50-some stacks of clay balls. So I'm gonna go AFK for a little bit and come back hopefully when it's done. It's been a little while, but everything is done. Well, except the glass, which I still need, but I'm not gonna need that for a little bit. But I'm about to the point where I want to start getting the house being assembled, meaning I'm going to give this thing some gunpowder and I'm going to start feeding it items, and then I'm just going to let it tell me what stuff it's missing. So I guess it is ready to go. Let's start it printing. Ooh, it's missing frame divided stairs right off the bat. It's missing these stairs. So I'm going to have to craft this stuff. That took much longer than I expected, largely because I severely underestimated the amount of limestone I would need for the framed blocks. I also underestimated framed blocks themselves. They take a lot of wood. Clearly, if I'm going to build more stuff like this, which, yes I am, I'm going to need prodigious amounts of materials, only achievable through automation. In the last video, I built this big house for myself by gathering all the materials by hand. It was very slow. So today, I'm going to put my colonists to work getting materials for me, and I'm going to level up my gear with villager trading in order to get supplies to plan out a railway and train station right here in the colony. 1,800 blocks of limestone, all mined by hand, mostly with unenchanted tools. That might not seem like a lot, but when it's iron and zinc pickaxes, that's a lot of time. So I'm gonna make these guys do some of the work. Why should I do everything? I'm gonna get one of these guys to become a miner and go dig in the ground. Of course, I have to have my builder build the mine first. So this is exactly what I'm gonna do. And once they've built a mine, I'm gonna have the builder build a tavern so that they can stop complaining about being homeless all the time. I'd like to put the mine a little bit out of the way of the colony, probably right where this waterfall is. I'm just going to get rid of the waterfall first. Let's find out exactly what I want to use. I don't want to pick something that looks absolutely terrible. I don't think these things have different levels either. Oh wait, it does have levels. I was wrong. This looks pretty good. I'm happy with this design. This is the level 5 Caledonian design. The level 1 thing is kind of just some fence and a pit in the ground. It doesn't need that much stuff, which is nice. So let's get it building. During the construction, I moved some cows over from the village to my animal pen, planned out a spot for a future fisherman's hut, moved all my items from my ship into my house, and crafted storage drawers in order to start on an actually good storage system in my house. Finally, that took forever. And do we have a miner now? We do have a miner. You need a pickaxe. I bet you do. Here is a pickaxe, here is some food. What else are you gonna need? No, you don't need a house right this second. Got 3 cobblestone. Amazing job. Moving on to the topic of that railway, I have kind of a general idea of where I want it to go. I want it to go basically right past the front of my house, around this curve here, past the town hall, and out in this direction toward that village over there. Only problem is I'm a little ways from being able to even craft rails. I can't even make the machines yet to do that. So what I figured is I might as well have my builder working on the tavern while I'm trying to craft all the machines and stuff to start making rails. I've picked out a tavern design that I like. It's medieval spruce. Got a good spot for it. Oh my goodness, that should be everything for the tavern. He's probably sitting there waiting, pounding sand because he doesn't have any materials. I'm going to assume that guy's working now and go try to make the machines for rails, of which you need several of because it's a multi-step process. I'm going to get rid of this thing over here. Instead, I'm going to put it right here. And I'm going to make something called a basin, which is a different type of thing that you can use with the mechanical press. Some recipes with it need a basin. Here is another mechanical press. And I need to orient it this way so that that little shaft is pointing toward the walls. Given that I need iron plates, iron sheets if I'm gonna make this stuff, if I'm gonna make the mixer, I kind of have to provide power to this again. So I'm gonna start with a gearbox. And this gearbox is going to go right here. And so that will basically provide power in 4 directions if one direction gets powered. I'm gonna break this stuff over here. And I'm going to bring this shaft out here. And over here, I'm going to have big water wheels. Right here, I'm stimulating with dirt where I'm going to stick chain drives and gear shifts later in order to increase the rotational speed of the water wheel. Problem is, I need temporary power here right now. I think this will be just fine. Cool, that'll temporarily power the metal press in here. See, look at that, very, very slowly. Unfortunately, if I'm going to make those gear shifts, I need nether quartz as a crafting ingredient, so I'm going to have to go to the nether real fast. Last thing I need is colonists going through the nether portal and dying an unceremonious death. Oh, thank God it's not over a lava ocean. You love to see it. I'm here to take some nether quartz and not much else right this moment. So this is how you make sandpaper. You take sand and you take paper, and then you do this, and you sand the quartz. Anyways, there are my electron tubes. This should make 6 chain drive, and then I can turn 3 of those into adjustable gear shift chain drives. So I'm going to put a chain drive here, and adjustable chain drive there, adjustable chain drive, normal chain drive, and then repeat one more time. Of course, I kind of need to find a way to make this look not utterly terrible. I'm starting to do that by reworking where the chain drives go to lower the water wheel down by 1 block. I've also got this cobblestone here on one side, which I think is starting to look good. What we got? What we think now? I don't know, I think that looks kind of cool. So let me go ahead and put the water in now. Most important part. What the heck? Why are there pillagers in my boat? Nice. That looks actually really cool. So you can see by the time it gets over there, it's spinning quite a bit faster. Is it fast enough though? Let's see just how much. Oh yeah, that's a lot faster. Here are my new mechanical mixers. One for that, one for that. Oh, that's right, the mixers don't transmit power the same way as these other things. They need it a different way. So what I can do is I can change the gearbox to be a vertical gearbox. Then I can add cogwheels to the side. And add even more cogwheels up here. I'm going to try to cover this all up so it's not just super ugly up here. I put cogs across the top of the mixers, and I've managed to squeeze in a millstone right here as well. Lastly, I can cover up everything and make it look nice with these frame trapdoors and spruce boards. I'm only missing 1 machine now, but unfortunately it requires brass, and I have to use a blaze burner, which requires a live blaze, so back to the nether. Well, I gotta find another fortress somewhere nearby. Oh, that's a bastion over there. Ah! Why are there wither skeletons? Ah! Well, that was rather anticlimactic. Finally, that's another fortress over there. I'm pretty confident. Yay, I made it without getting knocked off. As long as I can get a blaze, though, we're good. I don't really care about much else. Ooh, look, a blaze. Yoink. That just got me my blaze burner. So if I take this blaze burner, we can go over here, and I can put the blaze burner down there. Oh, drat, you can't feed blaze burners with hoppers. I just wasted a bunch of time trying to do that, oops. So I'm gonna take some copper, gonna take some zinc, and then I can put both of those in there, and this will alloy. This is why I wanted one of these with nothing, and then I wanted one that can be heated. Make a brass hand, and I make a deployer. I can use this if I want to make train tracks. Let me go ahead and try that right now. I want to see how this works. So I have to put a slab, and then I give it... Oh yeah, look at... Oh, I have an incomplete track. Oh, okay. Now we have train tracks. Let's go finish the tavern. I can also recruit citizens here. That's exactly what I was hoping. Wait, who are you? Are you a new person?
Good to see you.
Comes from a neighboring town. I can recruit them for 6 diamonds? 6 diamonds? Yeah, I don't know about that. Despite the dirt floor, this is kind of nice in here, actually. Yay, so all 4 of the citizens live here. That's exactly what I was hoping. Now they all should stop complaining about being homeless.
It's a fine afternoon.
Oh, this is where the miner is putting all this stuff. I was wondering where all this cobblestone was going. Time for villager trading. My favorite thing in Minecraft, as everyone knows. There's a distinct lack of villagers here that I'm noticing. They must have all died. That's bad. Well, there's another village. Oh wait, we have 1 villager left. What the heck? All the villagers are here? Why? Why are you all stuck in this little pit? I started leading them out away from the village at nighttime, but then they died. So I guess I'll just take the zombie villager. Oh, there's another zombie villager. So I have 2 zombie villagers. Time to cure these dudes. And the pig, for some reason. Oh look, it's another visitor. You were a farmer, and then you were bitten by a zombie. Are you sure you're good? Uh-oh. We seem to have a problem. The zombie villagers are gone. I have no idea what happened. To add insult to injury, I can't even recruit these colonists because I don't have more houses for them. It doesn't let me recruit them. I've managed to transport 2 villagers back to what'll eventually be the basement of a building where they will live at some point in the nebulous future. I went to the other village and I managed to find this guy who is an armorer, and I'm gonna bring him over and have a 3rd villager so that I can definitely have a guy who will sell me diamond armor. Additionally, I've turned one of the new villagers into a toolsmith since the whole point is to get a bunch of diamond equipment for free. The only problem is I can't afford it when it's 27 emeralds, so I need to go mine and get some coal and get some iron so I can trade stuff. And I also need to cure the villagers. Oh, yes! So I was hoping I might find some of these blueprints for some of the more advanced weapons in minecarts with chests. I even came across a zombie dungeon. 2 more Sturmgewehr blueprints. I've made it back. Alive. Kind of. With lots and lots of good loot. So I can come down here and buy more emeralds now. Oh, yes! Unbreaking 3! That's perfect. Since it's nighttime, I'm gonna go find a zombie and just go ahead and prepare to have the guy trapped. Nice. This guy can pick stuff up. Now I have to go kill the iron golem before the iron golem kills my zombie. I've got a secondary area over here for the cured villagers. So it's a very standard villager trading thing here that I've got, where the villager falls down here. There's going to be a zombie right here to whack them. Try again. And eventually the zombie, yeah, look it. Then I can send him along. Nice. Now, if everything goes according to plan, this guy will sit here and he'll be just fine. He'll turn into a villager. That's really annoying, but I know why. When you have a tavern in your colony, then any cured zombie villagers within the colony's chunks will get turned into colonists, which explains why those other zombie villagers disappeared earlier on. But you can run this command and it's going to unclaim one chunk around me. So this chunk right here no longer is in the colony, so any villagers that get cured here will not turn into colonists, which is exactly what I want. I'm just mad I had to waste my toolsmith with a really good shovel to find that out. Nice. Yeah, look at that. 1 iron. 1 iron per emerald. That's actually pretty good. I mean, heck, for one emerald, of course it's good. 1 cured armorer later, and I got full diamond armor, plus the diamond tools. I'm pretty set. Minus enchanted books. Ah! What the heck? I'm gonna sit here until I get a fortune, silk touch, efficiency, mending, and unbreaking, dude, and cure all of them. So this might take a little while. I'm pleased to report that I've got all the villagers I could possibly want right now. The only problem is I only enchanted 1 pickaxe, my fortune pickaxe, and I can't use any of those other enchanted books I got without more experience. So I'm gonna go mining again. And look at all this stuff I've got. The best part is I actually got almost 1.5 stacks of diamonds. Oh yeah, I also got a lot of experience too, which was the whole point, but I already used it on enchanting the stuff. By the way, I also got a design for the train station I want to build, and I roughly know where I want to put it as well, that's the hardest part actually. So there's normal tracks, and then there's narrow tracks, and then there's wide tracks. And of course I'm gonna make the wide tracks, because why wouldn't I want a train that's like 5 blocks wide minimum? I have a lot of materials that I needed, mainly deep slate and dripstone and some other stuff. Limestone, of course. I had to go kind of far to get some of the stuff that I needed. I'm ready to build the train station and all of the surrounding areas that I've been planning out with dirt. I started by crafting a stack of rails here by hand, and it was so slow that I decided I had to do some kind of automation. So I came out here and I built this monstrosity, which is possibly the worst way to automate this ever. And the thing is, it still wasn't fully automated, because this is supposed to be the first step for the rails, where you take slabs, you put some zinc nuggets on it, then you put more zinc nuggets on it down here, then you hit it with the mechanical press. And then to make the wide rails, you have to do even more steps to the normal rails. You have to first send it through a saw, then you have to add another slab to it, then you hit it again with the metal press. But I couldn't even fully automate it here because some of the filters I was having trouble with. In other words, this thing really needs to go away right now. So this is how you put down tracks. It's very similar to the way that you do with immersive railroading from the 1.12 thing I was doing. And turns are actually a lot easier than immersive railroading. So right click on that, and then I can walk over here, and I can hold down Control, maximize turn, and boom, it's gonna turn here. Then we're gonna clear out this hill, and we're gonna go straight out that way. And even back here, this is not even the whole train station. I'd like to make it a lot bigger, and it will kind of go into this hill here, and the train is gonna go out and up that way, in that direction. Last time, I kitted myself out with good gear and began building a railway through my colony using Create Mod. But then I ran out of materials. So first things first, I'm gonna make a drill and go mining to get lots of supplies in order to build up my colony and create a massive iron mill to supply my colonists with all the iron they could possibly want. Little does he know that just by building a fishing hut, he's about to decrease the unemployment by 25%. As expected, you need a fishing rod. No one could have predicted this. But why just 1 fishing rod? How about 4 fishing rods? Anyways, I'd love to be able to keep building this paved area, but I just ran out of deep slate. But fear not, because it looks like there is a portable drill. And you can even enchant it with the digging enchantment to make it mine 3x3 blocks. So that sounds like a really great way to dig some stuff by hand. So I've been messing with villagers for a while. You can look at the durability on my axe. It's kind of sad. And I got a dude that will sell me a digging enchanted book once I have some more emeralds. Thank you very much. Now I've got the enchanted book, but I don't have the drill. I think my priorities might be a little bit off. If I want to make the drill, I need to make a steam engine, which is a slightly complicated sequence. The great thing about the drill is it doesn't use durability, it just uses fuel as an input, and it looks like it uses water and then some kind of probably solid fuel. since it's meant to be a steam-powered thing. What's the first step? So what you do with this is, let's see, we put small cogwheel, big cogwheel, propeller, and then andesite alloy. So what you do is you stick it up there, and then I get rid of this, put in the large cogwheel, put in the propeller, and then put in the andesite alloy. And then I repeat this step another 3 times, this sequence another 3 times. Oh, wait, I just got it. Oh, it was only 3 times. I don't know why I thought it was 4 times. Well, that's nice. I can make the drill right now, which is good, but I still have to figure out how to fuel the thing, which I have literally no idea how to do. So how does one fill this with water? Okay, I don't know how to put water in it. What about fuel? Oh my goodness, that is a weird way to do that. You put it in the offhand and then try to drop it. Oh, that's so weird. What the heck? That filled it up all the way with water. It needs about 4 stacks of coal in order to fill up all the way. And then it only says 1600 fuel units. Guess I'll go try it out. Wait, never mind, hang on. I almost forgetting the most important part. I need to put the digging enchantment on it, which makes it mine 3x3. Here we go. Yes! Look at that. Oh, okay, so it's literally 1 fuel unit is equivalent to 1 block. So it can mine 1600 blocks until it needs refueling. Might as well mine down here where it's super deep and I should get more diamonds. And see what I mean? Diamonds right there. That was quick. More diamonds. Oh, I ran out. Lucky me, it looks like lava buckets are a fuel source, each one giving you 100 blocks of mining capacity. And I am surrounded by lava down here. That was under 10 minutes and I've got a full inventory of building materials. We're back in business, boys. I kind of completely forgot that I have to smelt the deep slate because I got cobble deep slate and this stuff is all smelted. Which means I have a tiny bit of extra time to go and do something else. Like come over to my builder's hut and upgrade it to a level 2 builder's hut. All of my other colony buildings are level 1 and it's absolutely disgusting. So if I upgrade the builder's hut, then I can upgrade the other buildings to level 2 and eventually level 5. I'm gonna go ahead and collect this real fast, and by the time that's done, my stuff should be done smelting and I can go keep building. That'll be all good to go work on the foundations of the iron mill. He did it, level 2 builder's hut. That took way longer than it should have, but doesn't everything. What kind of stuff we got in here? Oh wow, we still have dirt and gravel on the floor. That's, not a fan. But you managed to put cobblestone in the basement. Why couldn't you put it up here? I don't get it. You have all these extra blocks lying down here on shelves. You could have put them in the floor, but, well, whatever. There is a very conspicuously missing campfire in the fireplace once again, so I'll put that back because the old one got overwritten. So I don't really know what I want to upgrade first, and I actually probably won't upgrade anything right now. And in fact, instead, I'm going to have the builder build something completely different. I have some houses that I set up over here. Unsurprisingly, amount of oak wood though, because I'm always out of oak wood. I'm always out of every single type of wood. Have to go chop down some trees really far away. That was annoying. We're also gonna just ignore that gigantic conspicuous broken wall of terrain right there, which will be explained some later time. I believe now I can come over to one of these people and recruit them. Yeah, I can, because there's an empty bed. I tried to do this last time, and it said you've got no more room for new colonists, and I was like, what do you mean? They can just be homeless, but I guess it didn't matter. Anyways, turning my attention over to the iron production, let's take a look at exactly how I'm going to automate iron. So essentially, what you can do is you can take gravel and you can wash it, air quotes, wash it, with a fan, and you can sometimes get iron nuggets from it. But it's like a 12% chance. It's pretty rare that you get iron nuggets from it. So you have to do a lot of gravel if you want to get any amount of iron, which means you have to get a lot of cobblestone, because you can turn cobblestone into gravel by crushing it. I won't go into it too much right now, but there's actually another way you can get iron that's better than gravel, and with a recipe that I added myself, it's actually possible to automate it, but it would require me to have granite and lava and some other things automated, and I don't have that, so I won't be bothering with that today. But just to keep in mind there may be a retrofit at some point. Right now it's just going to be a gigantic setup that creates tons of cobblestone, gravel, and then washes all that gravel into occasionally nuggets. I'm going to need a lot of room for all this stuff, plus I want it to look nice, so I've already picked out a spot that's going to go right next to the railway that I have. I think I mentioned last time that I was going to extend the railway down past these mountains, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And the factory is actually going to be built basically around the railway, with various spots for loading or unloading items in the future once I actually have trains delivering stuff. Also, I tried to time-lapse this, but the replay file broke, and I'm about done now, especially because I just remembered that there are building wands here. I forgot that this is in the mod pack. With these things, you can just put a bunch of blocks down at once with one click, and it just uses a bunch of durability on the tool. So, obviously, it's well worth using since it saves my mouse and my wrist the extra use. I finished laying out a big flat area for the factory, assuming I don't need to make it bigger, which I probably will. That's usually what happens. Only problem is I have no materials with which to build anything now, and it's actually even worse than normal because I went and made a block palette in creative mode somewhere else in a different world. Normally that would be a good thing, but it just makes me aware of the fact that I don't have any of the stuff I currently need right now. But this is why I made a mining drill, and I made good diamond gear last time, so that I can get lots of stuff by hand while nothing is really automated. This should be way more than enough clay. Unfortunately, I gotta go through this annoying process and turn it all into bricks. Not really by hand, but kind of by hand. I can make apple cider. Careful, I'm being distracted by food now from building. Cabbage rolls. I have lots of granite, lots of bauxite. I have lots of tuff. Tuff is easy to get. I have lots of bricks being made. I think the only thing I forgot is dripstone. Unfortunately. What the heck? Why are they eating that? I guess I haven't fed them in a little while and they're not capable of getting fish out of the fisher hut. I sure hope I have enough dripstone, because I can't find any dripstone caves. I keep finding these little mineral veins that have some dripstone, but then it's got all this other stuff which I don't need anywhere near as much. This is the hard part. Actually, making the plan, because I have not made a design for this in creative ahead of time. I have some pictures, I have some references, I have a general idea. Now I gotta put that into the game. Ah! No, their pillagers are killing my fishermen. Stop shooting my pillager. Not my pillager, my colonists. Yes, shoot the pillager. Wow, a new child was born. Really? Well, okay. I didn't realize there was an empty bed somewhere. You have influenza and you need a carrot and a potato to cure you? Okay. I guess I will. You're sick. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Okay, bro, I've got your carrot and your potato. You need to wake up. I get it. You're sick. It's very sad. But here. Take your carrot and your potato. Now, are you gonna be...
Off to bed I go.
Oh no, I'm getting sick now. Are you good now? Oh, look, he is. Amazing. Shoot, why did I just bring all this flour with me? I don't need that here. What am I doing? That's beside the point. Right here, I've got all of the outline for the factory buildings. I'll try to throw up some reference images that I'm using. I'm kind of combining multiple things together. And this is what I've come up with. Probably my favorite part is this wall design down here. It took me a while to come up with one that looked like this. And I'm not going to use this literally everywhere. However, it will probably also be here. And if you're wondering, I have done literally no planning for the machines that are going to go in here. I mean, I know what generally you need to build, but I have no measurements, no nothing, so whatever I can fit in here is what's going to go in here, and it'll just have to be good enough. I also have lots of room over here because I intend to have some additional iron automation. There will not be steel production here. We will have our own steel mill somewhere else. in the future. But I will make things like industrial iron, which is mostly just a building block, I'm pretty sure. So I've got all these materials here. I've got that block palette. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now and actually just start building. Man, I don't know if I need 3 different colors. Really happy with the bottom 2 layers. I think that looks great. I don't know, I don't really know if I need it. I mean, that goes from dark red to like a brown. Man, gradients are hard. Finally found a design I'm happy with. That was rather difficult. And this part up here is actually about 5 blocks higher than the rest of this building. So there's going to be less of this color. I think that's really the way to go. Another one bites the dust. Oh my god. Made the thunderstorm go away, and look what just showed up. Free skeleton horses. Thank you very much. Check it out. Factory's almost done. All that's left is the glass, so what I'm about to put in. And then the buildings, their exteriors are all completed. It's all finished. Check it out. Remember how I mentioned that I was happy that I found a big brick design down here? Well, I discovered that there's actual blocks called massive bricks, which when you connect them together, they essentially do the same thing that I made with 2 different types of blocks, but I still prefer mine designed better. I was trying to go for something that looks clean, but also super sturdy. You might have seen in the time lapse as well that I was initially going to have the dark red go up much higher, but I'm glad that I knocked it down pretty low. Also, I almost had the roof be a light gray color, kind of similar to these smokestacks, but I was almost going to go with that, and then I did some more texture checking, some more color checking, and I was like, yeah, it really should be dark. And then I was trying to figure out what pattern to do, because I was like, well, I really don't want to make it like a random pattern again. I initially decided on strips, but then the strips were 1 block, and then I made it to 3 blocks, so I'm like, well, that looks a lot better. Hardest part was definitely picking out those wall colors, though, that's for sure. I have 2 different big buildings to work with, plus 2 other small ones, which are over here, that will probably be more useful when I have trains set up, actually doing stuff. The main automation will be in here, and in the other building there will be at least power generation, but unfortunately I'm out of time, so the equipment for the iron production will have to wait until the next video. In the last episode I built a huge crate mod iron mill in order to supply me with infinite iron, but it's missing something kind of important. The iron farm is not here. So that's what I'm going to be building today. Also, since the farm is mostly my design, I thought I'd make a bit of a tutorial out of this in case you want to build it yourself. Right now, what you're seeing on screen is the material list for the farm. It makes about 2,000 iron ingots per hour and needs a minimum of 24,000 stress units to operate. I achieved this by using 12 boilers heated for free with campfires, but the tutorial will focus less on power generation because there's lots of better ways to do it with active boilers. And yes, it is one of those farms where you wash gravel with fans to get iron nuggets. There's a slight problem. There's always a slight problem. Most of the stuff I need takes iron, which I have very little of right now, hence the iron farm. This is now going to be my designated boiler room. So this is how you build these free boilers. You connect steam engines to these, and you have to do pumps with water. That's going to be the annoying part, and I only made half as many of these as I require. I will be back. Okay, I got the stuff that I was missing. Let me make sure I do this the right way. So, steam engine off of all these, and this is a shaft that they are going to go off of right here. Now let me just go ahead and build another row of 6 on the other side. Not gonna lie, that actually looks pretty sick. The only slightly complicated part of this is the pump systems to put water in. Right now I just have 3 pumps on each side, with each pump supplying 2 of the boilers. Literally all that it is just 2 pipes, and then at ground level, at the campfire level, you have a pump and it's facing upward, and it's in the middle of a 1x3 water source block. Then obviously you're gonna need to have all of them receive power, which I just used some gearboxes for in some case shafts with the little cogwheels. It's pretty simple, there's lots of ways you can do this. Since all of the pumps are powered by the steam engines, you have to jumpstart one of the steam engines to get the rest of the pumps going. The way you do this is just by building a little water wheel or something like that, or using any other power to turn one of the pumps separately. I've got one steam engine up now, but I really need some engineer's goggles so I can read what's going on, so let me go make those real fast. So what's happening? Not enough water. Oh, it's not fast enough. One gear shift change drive thingy later and the speed is doubled, and all the pumps are turned on and the boilers are good to go. All of them are going to be self-powering and should never turn off. Somehow I don't think it's going to be that simple. So power generation part's done. That wasn't really the step-by-step tutorial part. We're about to get into that here. Essentially, I've got a generator that can make 24,000 stress units on one shaft, but it's in a completely separate building from where the farm's going to go. This is just because of the way I built it. You may or may not have it be separated. So the way that you connect your power output from whatever you're using to the farm may be a little bit different, but I will explain how I do it later. If you're just here for the tutorial part, you're going to want to skip ahead to the timestamp on the screen, because right now I actually got to make these mechanical crafters in order to make crushing wheels. I literally don't have crushing wheels yet and I can't even make them, and I need to set up some crushing wheels for myself to use before I go further with the farm. Connect the belt up here, and then I'm just going to run a shaft through this little opening passageway that I made between the 2 buildings. Nice. That will make all of this function. Anyways, I can go ahead and craft my crushing wheels. Uh-oh. It was just the wrong recipe. I had logs and not planks. No way, bro. I'm missing 1 andesite alloy. I'm 1 short. Sweet, I've got all 8 wheels. I'm gonna take 2 of them now and make a manual use thing, mainly so I can crush the ton of raw iron I have saved up and get the iron ingots that I badly need. Here we go. Perfect, they're going the right way as well. Managed to get that right off of the same line. I just moved it over a little bit. So let me go ahead and stick this in here. Oh yeah, see? Look at, and I get all this experience, which I can do stuff with. Well, I wouldn't have gotten the experience otherwise. So most of this iron is going to get turned straight into iron plates because I have to make so many item vaults. Okay, I've built the stuff that I needed over here. I've made the crushing wheels, which are somewhere around here. Here we go. Now it's time to start building. First thing you're going to want to do is make a seemingly unnecessarily large 3x9x3 item vault. This is going to hold cobblestone. Now we're going to stick 3 brass funnels, 1 in the middle and then 1 on either end. And then we're going to make 3 conveyor belts that are 4 blocks long. At the back here, we're going to have a shaft that runs all the way through. Add 3 more shafts, and then create your 3 belts here. Now we're going to take the crushing wheels, put a block here. It doesn't have to be casings, just whatever building block you want. However, I hear from reliable sources that people who do use casings as building blocks look something like this on average. And then put 6 crushing wheels like this, so that they're all basically facing the same direction. Just face that way when you do it. Before we go farther, you're going to want to set this here. You're going to want to right click it, hold it down, and then make sure it extracts only 64 at a time. Now you're going to want to take 6 encased chain drives, place 1 in the middle, and then place 1 to the right of it on each of these. Then get a shaft here, 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 and then connect that up with cogwheels. Now let me explain how I'm going to get power over here. And you may want to do it a different way depending on your setup, but if you want it to be the exact same way, then you're going to want to look at this diagram here. And in order to position a shaft in the air a little bit above and to the side of the machine, where all the power is going to come straight off vertically using conveyor belts. Essentially what you're going to want to do is take a rotational speed controller. By the way, facing this way, we're on the left side of this. You're going to want to place the speed controller right here. Start by reversing it so that it's spinning the opposite direction. So I actually am all done, but I made a mistake when I initially built this and I was connecting this up. So what you're going to want to do is take 2 vertical gearbox, place one like that so it's connecting that way, place one on top of it, that will power those belts, and then get rid of this shaft and replace it with a cogwheel, and then put a cogwheel here. And then put this speed all the way up on the top to 256. Then you're going to want to come up here and you're going to want to put another shaft on top of all of these. You could do it on these as well, just make sure it's all on the same one. And connect it up with conveyor belts so that they're all linked together. Now you're going to want to get a belt connected to this. And this might be different depending on where your power is, but for me it's vertically. Next up is you're going to want to put down your second gigantic 3x9x3 item vault, but you're going to want to make sure that it's a block higher than the previous one. You're going to also need to make sure you add some more brass funnels to the ends of those conveyor belts off the crushers, otherwise nothing's going to go in there. Place down a line of andesite funnels off of all of the bottom row, and while you're here, place one at the top of that row. Now just temporarily stick some blocks here. We're going to want to put a shaft that goes across all of this. Should be 9 blocks. So we're now going to make this belt 14 blocks long. 14 block long belt. Put a bunch of shafts over here, another 8 of them, and then fill in this entire area with belts. At the end, you're going to want to do the same thing. You're going to want to build the same item vault. It should be the last one. So here's your third and final item vault built at the end. You're going to want to put a lot of more andesite funnels here. Now place some building blocks along this side here, but make sure you leave this side, we're on the left side still. Make sure you leave this side open so that you can stick some chain drives, because we're going to need to power the belts. There's going to be another layer of belts up here that we'll put down momentarily. On the other side, you can also fill this in with blocks. Don't bother leaving any space for chain drives because we only need it on one side for the belts. Next, you want to get some fans, and you're going to want to have them set back 1 block, not directly on top of whatever you put here, but back by 1 block, and you're going to need to put 12 of them down in a row. Repeat this on the other side, and then we'll move on. Next up, you're going to want to take a bunch of signs and put them down in a big row in front of the fans, leaving 1 block gap. Once you have that, place a row of whatever building blocks you want on top of these fans on both sides. Once you've done that, go ahead and build another row of fans on top of the block you just put down. It occurred to me briefly to try to put a low IQ pun about fans in there, but then I decided against it because I don't want to lobotomize myself. You can build up these walls here if you haven't already, and then you're going to want to do another line of signs all the way down. Before we move on, we're going to finish everything here so that we don't have to mess around in here again, because it's going to be very difficult to do that once the belts are in. So at both ends here, you're going to want to bring this shaft, or a shaft, 9 blocks. This is just going to hold the second layer of conveyor belts that's equivalent to what we did at the bottom. Now when it's all done and it's done correctly, you should just have no gaps where water could flow out, because we're about to put water down right here in front of the fans. Both of the gaps in the top rows in front of those fans need to be filled with water so that it flows down in front of the bottom fans as well. Now let's go ahead and power those conveyor belts in there. So you're going to take another rotational speed controller. You may have to get rid of that. We're still on the left side, by the way. In order to place that down correctly, just stick that back there. Put the large cogwheel down and set this to the top level, and then set it to 72 RPM. And then you're going to want to connect this part down here to whatever your power source is. For me, it is the thing on the ceiling. If you come over here, you can see both of the lanes are powered. It's truly amazing. I've never seen anything like this before. And the only thing that's not powered are the fans, which is next up. This is probably the part where I trigger everyone by using way too many chain drives for this, when you could just use belts and lots of shafts. But that's not entirely true, because on my design, you actually kind of need chain drives, and you'll see why in a sec. You can come over here, place one of these facing up and down, put a shaft here, and then place another one up and down, and now it's connected. Both of them are connected. So we're going to go to the other side and do the same thing. In order to power these things here, usually you're going to want to go to the top of both sides and place a vertical gearbox at either end, and then connect it with a shaft. So to do this, it's actually really easy. All you have to do is just put another encased chain drive here, and then behind it, put the rotational speed controller with the cogwheel, change the speed to 92, and then just get power out of one of the sides, in this case right here, because it goes straight up. to that shaft. And now everything should be working just fine. One thing you may actually want to do is add a clutch to the input for the fans that you can turn on and off in case you don't want the fans to be on all the time, because the amount of particles that creates can be a little bit laggy. Before we move on to the cobblestone production, come over to the right hand side and you're going to want to put an encased chain drive up here. Oh no, that's not good. You're just going to want to ignore that. Everything's fine. You still only need 24,000 stress units. Moving on. So what you're going to do now that you have this chain drive up here is you're going to want to put the mechanical press over here. Then you're going to get rid of this block. If you even had a block there, put a vertical conveyor belt. This will give us the correct rotation. Then we're going to get another shaft over here. Connect this up. You should have a 5-block long conveyor belt. Stick the basin under, stick the basin under here. Just a block here. This is going to be the iron output, so however you want to do this, I'm just going to put it in a storage drawer. Then right here, put a funnel, put another funnel right here. And this one, you're going to want to make sure that it only extracts iron nuggets. Make sure it extracts 64 nuggets at one time. And then you're going to need to get rid of the flint as well. So you're going to want to have a smart chute, and you're going to need to set that to flint. Let me go find some flint. Okay, that's now filtering flint. Put that in there. There it goes. Perfect. And if I were to put this in here, there it goes. So now that's all that done, we're going to go do the final step, which is the cobblestone farm. So to start, you're going to want to have a row of 6 chutes. You're going to want to position it at the front of the cobblestone item vault, and you're going to want to have it be 1 block from the left hand side and 5 blocks tall. So this is a modified design that I saw Tango Tech make and create a while back, where you don't have drills. If you're wondering how we're breaking the stone, we're actually going to be using a little mechanism moving back and forth that just breaks the block. I don't know if it's meant to be a feature or if it's a glitch, but it still works. And so you're going to want to put down a line of pumps here, 6 of them wide and then 8 long. Then once you have this, just fill the entire thing in so it's a solid floor of pumps. So then you're going to come down below here and connect literally all of this with pipes under all of the pumps. Now you're going to want to cover all the pumps with some kind of building block. I'm just using the brass casings because they look cool. Make sure it's a solid block though. So over to the side, you're going to place some more blocks like this. You probably want to make it a different type just so you can distinguish it. Now you're going to want to take some linear chassis, place them facing off of the back of this. So you're going to get a vertical shaft right here. Then you can put a sticky mechanical piston and make sure that the shaft is facing up there like that. Then you can get rid of that stuff. Then come down here and put a gear shift under the mechanical sticky piston. Then you're going to take a cogwheel and put it right off of that pump there. Then place an encased chain drive there. Then place an adjustable gear shift off of it. Put a lever there, turn it on. Put a vertical gearbox right here. And then come over to behind it and add a rotational speed controller. Then off of this cogwheel, place a vertical gearbox like that so that the shaft is coming out that way. Then you can put a large cogwheel there and then turn it down to 1 rotational speed, literally 1 RPM. That's all you need. Then for my situation, if you're building the same thing, the last thing you're going to do is just add 3 gears, small cogs or whatever, and then attach it vertically to that belt up there. Lastly, you need a piston extension pole, and you're going to want to put it off the back of that mechanical piston. Man, I don't know if I could sound any more dull and academic there, even if I tried. Now you're going to take some super glue, go over to the corner here, and then super glue this entire platform, and then add another super glue thing to that one little chassis that sticks out. At the back of the platform, on top of the linear chassis, you're going to want to build a 2-block tall wall, but don't super glue it to anything. We've already done all the super gluing we need to. Then on either side of the platform with the 6 blocks of empty space in the middle, you're going to take 2 rows of chests, 2 blocks tall, and build it all the way down to the front of the platform. And then you're going to want to come over here, get some more building blocks. I'm just going to use glass because it looks nice. We're going to build a wall all the way around. Just go ahead and make it 3. Then come over here and put some water down, and you'll see that it goes straight to the edge of the chutes. Now let's add the lava. This part can be really simple. You can honestly put this wherever you want. Just take 1 extra pipe. We're right next to the rotational speed controller. Then just build a little holding area right here. Add a lava bucket and then just seal it in. It's not going to go anywhere. That's literally all you need to do. All of these will start pulling it upward, and it's going to try to stick the lava into those blocks, but it can't right now. So check this out. Boosh. That is how you get cobblestone. I'm noticing that there's cobblestone getting stuck at that corner right there. So a way that we can stop that is by getting rid of some of these blocks right here. And now it will flow down there. If you really wanted, you could even do this to be extra safe. It might as well. I have extra chutes. Last thing to make this operational before we add any optional improvements is going to be a very simple redstone clock. Come up to where the gear shift is and stick a solid block off of the edge of it. It actually has to be a solid block this time. And then build a little platform, a 2x3 platform down here. Put a redstone torch off of that. Add a repeater here. Make it all the way 4 ticks. And then set this to 2 ticks. Put a lever right here. Then connect that with redstone, and if you flip that lever, it is going to oscillate back and forth. And behold, you have infinite cobblestone with no actual power input other than what that piston's taking. Well, it's been a little while, and now that everything's running smoothly, I've got 1500 iron in here. It's time for some optional upgrades, which you may want to do or you may not. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a display board and connect it to the cobblestone, gravel, and iron storage so that I can see how much stuff I have at any given time. The way I'm going to do this is put down a smart observer observing this item vault here for cobblestone, have it display on line 1, and if you've linked it with a display link, then it will just auto update on the board. I'm going to do this for the gravel as well on line 2, then the iron on line 3. The iron is going to be well connected with a display link to the storage drawer, which seems to work just fine as well. So now I have a real-time updating sign that tells me how much stuff I have. The final thing to do is add a smart on-off switch for this thing, because you might notice it's kind of laggy. It's not great. So I'm going to take a threshold switch and measure the item vault. Once it becomes 95% full, it will continue to emit a redstone signal until it reaches 25% full. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a redstone link, and I'm going to put brown wool on the red slot. This is going to create the channel. Next step is to come up here to where the lever is on the redstone timer and get rid of that and put a redstone link there instead. Switch it to the receiver mode, then stick the brown wool or whatever you use to create the channel. Just make sure it's the same channel as the cobblestone item vault measurer. And so basically, when that thing becomes 95% full, it's going to send a redstone signal up here, which will cut off the clock, and it will stop the cobblestone from working, and it won't restart until it reaches 25% cobblestone in the item vault. Next, I'm going to go over to the power input for the big lines of belts, and I'm going to add a clutch that wasn't there before and reconnect this up to the power. And what this is going to do is I'm going to have a redstone link on this clutch that's going to be connected to something measuring the iron storage. So basically what I want this to do is when the iron gets completely filled up, it will turn off those belts. I'm going to add another link over at the other clutch which controls the fans. It's going to be the same channel, so that basically when there's no more room for iron, when the iron's completely full, it will turn off the washing fan section so that it saves me the lag of all that stuff running and all those particles. By the end of the video, we may actually see this thing turn off on its own, which would be perfect. I think the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and decorate a little bit of this. There's still a bit more I want to do. Need to add some catwalks, maybe some better lighting. It looks like after an hour of running, the thing got about 2,000 iron ingots, slightly more than that. You'll also notice that the farm up here shut off because this thing reached the full mark, and currently it is nowhere near 95% full, but it's actually going back down toward 5% full, at which point it will turn on again. I actually assume we will be able to see this quite soon. I also got those catwalks done that I was wanting to add in various places around here. I really like the way this works. It even goes on the stairs. It joins together super well, so you can come up here and walk through both of the buildings if you want. I've even built the train tracks here because I set up a little system to automate tracks based off what some of you guys were saying in the comments. You were saying that I can actually do it on belts instead, and I don't have to have like filters and all that stuff that I was trying to do a couple videos ago, which was terrible. And so I made this temporary setup right here, which does it all on basically one conveyor belt. Oh, there it goes. See? Glad we got to see that before the end of the video. But that is gonna do it for today, guys. I just got done making this fancy crate mod iron farm, and now I'm off to the next one, an experience farm. Or is it a mob farm? Technically both. Regardless, it's going to make my colony even more dangerous than it already was, so I thought I'd start by building a guard tower for the colonists before I go importing tons of mob spawners right into their backyard. We got 2,000 iron ingots per hour. That's pretty good. Pretty decent. If you've seen the other episodes, you might know that my colonists have been freaking out over no guard towers and scared of mobs for a long time. So why wouldn't I make it even worse by bringing a bunch of mob spawners here and making a mob farm? That sounds like an amazing idea. These colonists have influenza again, but I suppose I could be generous and build them a guard tower that would employ one of them. That is the first thing I'm going to do, actually. What a surprise, my builder is sick with influenza and wants a carrot and potato. Yes, I too remember wanting carrots and potatoes when I got the flu. That's definitely what cured me. Now you better go work on that guard tower, bud. I've been informed by my builder that there's something called builder's goggles, which display blueprints, which would be kind of cool, so I guess I'll try to make these. Oh, nice. I can wear 2 goggles at once. That looks so weird. What the heck? Oh, cool. So it displays whatever is currently being built. Wow, look at this magnificent looking guard post. I think I might have to upgrade it to level 2 literally right away, because that is just sad. Yay. So I should get a guard now in here. Yeah, we have a knight apparently, but you can also get archers and druids, I guess. I'm not sure how I do that though. Probably need to go look at the wiki. Why? Why are they all sick? Oh, a new child. Straight to the mines. There, you have a stone sword. You can't use better than a stone sword. This is another reason I should upgrade this building literally like right now. Can you use armor? Somehow I don't think you can. Nope, you cannot use armor. That's unfortunate. Good job, bro. We got a level 2 guard tower. So hopefully that means I can give the guards some less terrible stuff. And I'd love to be able to hire another person. Okay, I can't even hire anyone else right now. I'm not sure what the deal is. I don't know if there's not enough colonists or something like that. And also they can't even use iron equipment, and I don't know why. Maybe I need to make a school or a library so they can get smart. There's one other thing I wanted to get building though, but I will probably let it get building while I do other stuff, while I start working on the mob farm. I'd like to make a mob farm, but just different types of mobs. We're gonna do bees. Oh, here it is. It's hiding down here. Ah. That doesn't sound good. Oh, no. Mysterious warriors. Barbarians northwest. Why are you sleeping? You look like you're headbanging as well. Wake up. Get out your sword. You have 2 of them.
So what'll it be?
Oh my god. Oh, it's so over. Guys, look at all the barbarians everywhere. There's huge hordes of them. I'm very scared. They're literally everywhere. Like, there's so many of them. I have no idea where the barbarians are. Oh, wait. It's literally right there. What the heck? So, did you kill one of them? So what, was there only 2 of them? Is this guy the only one? Wow. Well, is everyone happy I defeated the horrifying barbarian raid of 1 dude? Maybe 2 of them, I'm not really sure. I bet it's a pretty safe assumption that the apiary needs bees. They need a beehive. There probably needs to be bees in that beehive. And I don't have a beehive or a bee nest or anything like that, and I don't have any bees. So it seems like a perfect time to go try to get some mob spawners. I'll try to get some bees. We're gonna get all the mobs, everyone. They're all gonna come here. But anyways, I've already got some mob spawners marked on the map. I'm gonna try to get 7 total. I'll start with the ones I already found. Although none of the spawners I found are skeleton ones. So I've got to locate some more spawners. And if I'm being honest, that's not too hard when you have the free look mod. There's one literally right there. Wait, oh my god, look. There's literally 3 of them on the screen. There's one there. There's one there, and there's one right there. They're all spiders. What the heck? This is a little bit overpowered, guys. Just saying. I should probably mention, the way I'm going to get these spawners is with minecarts. You can make cart assemblers and then get like minecart cart contraptions. And then you can transport mob spawners with that. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Seems like it'd be a good idea to start with the closest ones right down here, a short tunnel away. Darn, it really is a spider spawner. No, there's nothing really any good in here. I don't think. Hello there. Oh, that's pretty good. We got a notch apple. Alright, let's get this spooter spawner. This is the first one. The way you do this is actually really simple. It's a great system. You literally just put the cart assembler here. You put the minecart there. Give it some redstone power. And you can see it is no longer a spawner. It's like minecart contraption. And so off I go in this direction. And up that big staircase there that I just dug. A nice trick for doing this if you don't want to have powered rails or a furnace minecart is you can just shove an empty minecart into the minecart contraption and it goes much faster than trying to push it yourself. But the process is basically all the same each time. Not particularly interesting. I'm going to go back down in there and grab the other spider spawner. Then I'll be finding spawners with these guys at my markers, and then I got to get the skeleton one. So I will be back sooner if something interesting happens and or when I finally find a beehive. I found a beehive here. Actually, it's not a beehive, it's a bee nest. And I'm not that far away. I'm literally in between both of the zombie spawners. Yoink. So let's shear this, make the beehive. Better breed the bees, because I don't know how many bees they're going to want. Probably more bees the better. Oh, you finished building. That was quick. Didn't even manage to get the zombies yet, darn it. I'm back down in the mine shaft relatively close by at my limestone quarry, where I've been getting most of my limestone, because there's monster spawners nearby. What the heck? There's another dungeon right here? I was on my way to another one all the way over there from this one that's like right behind me, and I just fall down into a cave and there's a dungeon here. I literally didn't even know this was here. I just found a double dungeon. Look at this. It spawned right next to each other. I've never found one of those before. I mean, I'm gonna go yoink it. It feels like there's way more dungeons than there used to be. Is it just me? Did they change something that I didn't notice? Probably. The double spawner's right above my minecart rail tunnel, so these are gonna be the last two that I grab. Okay, there's gotta be a notch apple in here, right? There's 4 chests, right? Oh. I made it. Well, I'm back. Let me tend to the bees. You have a special honey linking tool? I have to link the beehive? Okay. Well, I linked that one. Oh, and then I can make it collect honey or honeycomb. Yeah, I want to collect honey. We'll do that. I also moved the other beehives that I have over here. I found some more. Well, go to town, bro. Get us the honey. Anyways, let's build that mob farm. The other mob farm, not the bee mob farm. That's not the same thing. Mob farm is going to go into this hill right here. And I'm going to be making it look kind of like a mausoleum. I googled mausoleum, and I found a picture that I like. And it will help me with the front of it, and I have kind of a cool idea for what I'm going to do inside. I think I've already got a block pallet down. Pretty confident. Just got to position it in the right spot here. But I'm going to knock this hill back a couple blocks as well. You know, I didn't initially think this was going to be this big, but then I just spaced out the pillars at 6 blocks, and I was like, well, that's a pretty big building, but it looked pretty cool. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is this copper going to oxidize? Because it's supposed to be, like, green copper. It's not supposed to be orange. From what I looked up on the wiki and the fact that this stuff has an oxidized variant, and it also has a waxed variant, I would assume that it's supposed to be able to oxidize on its own. Well, if that doesn't oxidize on its own, I'm going to have problems, obviously. But I need to go in here and deal with the inside now. Most of this needs to be cleared out. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So I've got my trusty mining drill, but this is a lot more than 1,600 blocks. And my tools are depleting, but we are making an experience farm after all. You know, these creepers could help. Oh, hey guys. Well, that was annoying. My computer crashed because the power got cut because I flickered for a sec. My battery box is broken, but that's beside the point. More importantly, I dug out most of this area here, and I have a giant open space. Some good news as well is I've noticed that the roof is actually oxidizing, which I was worried it wasn't going to, but it looks like we are all good to go. It better not stay that puke green color for long though, because that is disgusting looking. Now you can see this. So in here we're going to have a little entryway. The storage stuff will be here, most importantly XV storage. There'll be some displays, kind of like at the iron farm. But then, if you run over here, there will be walkways, there will be pillars, there will be stuff in the middle, and in the back there will be train station where you can probably load liquid experience or whatever else you might want onto trains. I don't know if I'm going to get to that today though. We'll have to see about that. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about for this kind of farm. Ah! Get out of here. The farm's not ready yet. You're welcome to come back when it's done, but please wait in line. The spawners are going to be roughly in the center of this. It seems to be working quite well so far. Oh, there goes the spooter. I'm going to have to take more of this stuff down here. I thought I was going to get away with not doing all of it, but I was wrong. I think I finally finished it. That took quite a while. Quite a bit longer than I expected. But hey, it's Minecraft. That's pretty normal. So when you walk in here first, you're greeted with a wall right in front of you. And then there's a big opening here. But that's not going to remain an opening for very long. I'm going to do something about that. If you walk around to either side, you'll find these big pillars. And I really like the skylights here. Well, you can tell it's quite dark here. Plenty dark for mobs to spawn. So I want to go ahead and add some features here. I need to add the killing mechanism, the collection mechanism doors, and then a window here. And you'll see what I mean. So I want to start with the doors first. So I've learned some stuff about linear chassis, and I've discovered that if you put slime on them, you can make them attach to lots of blocks in front of them. So if I make a big tower of them with a sticky mechanical piston at the back, I can actually make it move entire door sections with no glue or anything like that, which is my plan. If I put, oh my god, if I put 3 piston extension poles off of the end of this sticky piston, I might be able, yeah, I can even do this by hand. So let me go ahead and build the door real fast. So I can move this whole thing back and it will retract half of the door. That's cool. So I'm going to do that to the other side, and then obviously I'm going to link these up and have like a lever or a button or something. And so I can just open and close these big double doors. So let's see if this works. If I put I should be able to put a redstone link here. Let's make this the right thing. And, oh, look at, see, it's working now. And so I can just do that and it will go back. So there's actually a way that I need this to be able to work on the inside and the outside from just one spot. So there's actually a specific logic component that I need to make this work. So this toggle latch should fulfill what I need to have happen here. If I do that, then I will toggle it on and the button resets it and it opens. But then if I push it again, it'll close it, so that's actually perfect now. So I can do that from either side. It's just a button, but it works perfectly. You love to see it. Another thing I made is I made a rope pulley, because I'm gonna have a window here that I can open and close. This is actually going to be quite a bit easier than those doors because the pulley works kind of just like a vertical mechanical piston that can go down really far. And it just grabs onto these linear chassis, which are attached to the rest of these blocks just like the doors were, so it can just literally lift it up and down. If I did this right, this should work. Oh, I think it is. Look at that. It's going up. It's retracting. And then if I do that again, it goes back down and you just get a window there instead. Oh, that's so cool. Funny thing is this thing has actually been working as a farm the entire time I've been building it. You probably saw in the replay, but lots of mobs went down here. So what I'm going to do is put deployers here. And these deployers are they're going to be in the attack mode and they're just literally going to punch whatever falls down here. And that's basically it. What did I just get? Make 2 deployers fist bump. Oh, I didn't even realize I was doing that. Okay, cool. Let me leave and get some mobs to spawn and then go see if they're going to get fist bumped. I just noticed there's something called the Mega Torch, which is a torch that stops mob spawning really far around it, and that might be useful as long as it doesn't break mob spawners. Oh, well, it does work. It's kind of slow without giving them swords, but it does work without giving them swords. I could speed it up. I might be able to do that. Oh no! What happened? Why did... There were creepers there, weren't there? Well, there's a way to fix this, actually. That's kind of an exploit. Well, this should be working now. Probably. And if creepers fall down there, they'll be standing on slabs, and they shouldn't do damage. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring the mob spawners in now. That's gonna be way easier than trying to lead mobs in here or anything like that. And we'll get a creeper eventually. Here goes our first spawner, a spooter spawner. Oh boy. We might get to see how this creeper thing works. No! Why? I guess they need to sit in some amount of water down there. I can waterlog the slabs. Okay, let me try. Hang on. I may not need to do that. Let me just put down the Mega Torch. Oh yeah, spawners still spawn. We're all good. I think I won't have to worry about creepers anyways. Ah! Oh, I'm probably dead. Yeah, I'm not gonna survive this. Never mind. He escapes. I almost forgot the most important part. And strangely enough, it involves haunting stuff with spooky blue fire. This will get me a tiny bit of prismarine without me actually having to go to an ocean monument, because that would be really lame and time consuming. I almost forgot I have to build a big zombie face here, because nobody would know this was above there otherwise. Orange zombie, womp womp, very sad. It's suffering from the same problem that my roof is, in that, well, it takes forever to oxidize. So here we are. I've got the zombie head. I've added a little counter for the experience nuggets that we've got in here. I've now got 3 steam engines over in this atrocious power plant. It's literally terrible. I need to block it off and never look at it ever again. But it allows these things to operate at over 1,000 stress units per one, so they're really fast. I also widened it a little bit with some vertical slabs. In the last episode, I created a mausoleum to house an experience farm. I also had a guard tower built for my colony, which I'm now going to tear down to make way for a massive crate mod drawbridge connecting the 2 parts of the settlement. New houses for the people, a restaurant for the people, docks, and the bridge are all part of today's upgrade plans. Gonna turn this place around, gonna turn it into something nice. Not that lavender isn't nice, but it could be better. The ancient gods have spoken to me and informed me through the Mine Colonies wiki that this guard tower actually is bad, and it can only support 1 guard, which would explain why I was not able to get more than 1 last time. Maybe the ancient gods can inform me as to why this inventory is full of garbage. The only good news is I can actually give the guard armor, just not iron armor, which is what I tried to do last time. You, get back here. I have armor for you.
Good to see you.
There you go. That should be a little bit better. I have a second builder's hut planned because I want 2 builders so we can build stuff even faster than the 1 builder over there. Have another residence here. We actually have 3 extra residences waiting to be built. There is a restaurant down here, which is waiting to be built. Everything that I want to do today requires a lot of wood, and so my solution is to cheat a little bit. Actually, that's not quite true. I'm going to make a tree farm using crate mod, but I'll explain. This is only cheating because I said that I was going to make a logging colony somewhere far away in a forest to collect wood, which I still am in a couple videos. The next video is actually going to be making a sawmill. But the problem is I really just need wood right now. So what I'm going to do is make this farm, and like the smelting setup out here, it's going to be temporary, and I will remove it in probably 2 or 3 episodes, something like that. So let's get going. This seems like a good spot to temporarily put the farm, where all these trees have been temporarily growing. This is a super simple design that I learned a long time ago, as in 2023. It simply involves sticking a row of these saws on one end, and then on the other end, you just put a bunch of deployers. You stick them to the chassis. Add a chest. Add a portable storage interface, and that's literally it. It just has to get attached to a bearing down here. Then I need to build some water wheels, and it's basically ready to go. Well, oh, there you go. It's actually working. That's literally it. Okay, let me get this to stop for a little second here. Oh, here we go. It's in a different spot now. So what you have to do is you have to filter this. So like I want this to only do oak right here. And then you kind of have to alternate it as well. So then we're going to alternate it like that, and then we're going to go back to oak. Put that in there. And then if I update it again, then it starts planting in a big row. Oh shoot, I'm about to get hit by that. Yeah, it does damage. This thing will just plant more as it collects more saplings. And see, look, it already grew up right there. That is really fast. I think something about this speeds up the growth. I don't really know what it is, and I might be wrong. All that's left is to just make the collection system, which is extremely easy. Take a look at that. Next time it comes around here, it's gonna stop and put all the stuff in here. Oh, it looks like it. Oh, there goes another tree. Oh, somewhere around here it got some redwood. That's kind of cool. But it's not meant to plant redwood, so it will not. So we already have 17 oak logs in that tiny amount of time. First thing to build is going to be another builder's hut, because we need 2 builders. Build options. We're doing the colonial style this time. We'll put a picture up on screen of what it looks like. Actually, I'll just be able to show you because I can put on the builder's goggles. So we're going to build the building, put in a builder's request. Let me go find my goggles. I completely misplaced my goggles. That's the level 1. Not particularly special, I must admit. Here's your super lame stone tools. Hopefully you can figure out how to use better tools sometime soon. Why aren't you working? What are you missing? You need a hoe? You're not a farmer. What is your problem? Oh my goodness, why are they digging out the ceiling? I'm gonna have to move my villagers, aren't I? This is not gonna be good. Oh no, yeah, they're digging out the ceiling. We have a slight problem. Builder hut number 2 complete. Let's put my builders to work now. Let's make this one here, upgrade this hut, and then the other one can upgrade the town hall. Because I hope that expands the colony borders. I really need the colony borders expanded. It's very small. It's terrible. We don't like it. Shouldn't be running out of wood anytime soon. That's for sure. Waffle variant. Mmm, yummy. How am I supposed to get tall grass anyways? I can't shear it. Am I missing something? Am I like really stupid? Did I miss the memo? I mean, in the meantime, I guess I can throw away 22 and then get 11 tall grass. Unfortunately, I need a few pieces of acacia and jungle wood, and I don't have any of that. So it's off to one of my waystones. I go to one of those biomes. If you've looked closely at times when I've had the map open, you may have noticed some rather weird discrepancies with the terrain, so I might as well explain that now while I'm collecting this wood here. Essentially what happened was after the first 2 videos, I discovered another terrain generation mod that works with Biomes of Plenty and Terralith, but mainly adds these gigantic mountains and rearranges a lot of the way the biomes, especially rivers, are ordered, which means you get awesome terrain like this volcanic mountain next to me, but it also caused some pretty crazy borders between old and new terrain. Behold, the jungle. Beans! While I'm here, I best grab some bamboo in addition to the jungle wood and then the beans. Whoa, why do you have a camp here? Yo, you guys need to get out of here. Well, that's bad. I've had the builder, the one remaining builder, deconstruct the guard tower because I want it to be moved because it's not going to be good for this drawbridge, which I started laying out a place here. I was going to explain that, but the builder dying kind of threw some problems into my plans. Anyways, apparently I can pick this up, and I'm going to go over here and put it down. This right here is what the level 5 guard tower will look like right next to the max level tavern. The guard tower is back, so that's good. So I'm going to set the builder to build one of these houses here. Oh yeah, and they also just finished making the town hall, upgrading it to level 2, but it did not increase the colony border at all. Perhaps I will have to take matters into my own hands. Oh, and we've got another residence. I think that means I can go recruit this person behind me. Would you like to live in the colony? You want 5-inch? Actually, that's fine. I can buy enchanted books really easily. Well, let's not waste time. I've got slots for 2 more houses that need building. Let's get these buildings up. Build you as well. Uh-oh, barbarians. This is no good. Northwest. One of the 2 houses that was being built is all done. The other one is almost done. While that's been working, I've been building out the docks here. And I think it's already looking a lot better than it did a short time ago. And that's the dock. But I'd like to move on to other matters, like the drawbridge. Given that those houses are done, I will probably set them to be upgraded and just stuff happening in the background. But I want to work on the drawbridge because it will affect what goes over here. Especially because I need to cut out more of this little peninsula here. And why am I building a drawbridge anyways? Well, the ship is here, the one I got in the very first video, and I was gonna try to build a bridge over here anyways, but I was like, well, if I build a conventional bridge, the ship wouldn't even be able to get through here, so why would it be here? There's no outlet right here. It goes into a tiny canyon. It's actually really cool over there, but it doesn't go anywhere. So it would have to go out this way. And I was stuck because I couldn't build a tall enough bridge. There's no tall hills around here. It would look really weird. What do they do in real life when they're in this situation? Well, they make a drawbridge. And I was like, oh wait, we have crate mod. I can totally do that. So that's exactly what I'm going to be doing here. It's modeled after a drawbridge that is in downtown Chicago. I will put some pictures of it up on screen. And I'm also going to have this part of the road connect up to the factory because right now there's actually no way to get up to this path, this road in the factory. Go away. Plus there'll be lots of extra room to have a staircase or a ramp or something to get up to this higher level from down here where the restaurant is, because that's the biggest the restaurant will be. Times like right now is why I built an iron farm, because I get to use stuff like industrial iron. I'm going to use this as the underside of the bridge, kind of for the frame, the supports, whatever you want to call it. And these are solid blocks of iron, like that is 9 industrial iron ingots. But when you have 41.9 thousand iron ingots, that's no problem. Ow! Why? Why is there a pillager here? It's actually still really slow for me to get the special iron though, because you have to run it through a press and there's a recipe conflict problem, which makes it even more annoying than it should be. So I have some extra time while that's working that I guess I will go get the restaurant being built. I will give them the supplies and they can just kind of build that in the background. You'll probably see it in the background of the next time lapse. Get some food for everyone where you can have that food get sent from the fisher's hut over to here. Let's get it building. Uh-oh. Get out of here, spider. You're not going to kill another builder. I need to build a guard tower over there. Oh, look. We're feeding the masses, apparently. Let's go figure out how this restaurant works. Oh, look. We have a chef. Amazing. It's a little bit complicated. You have to tell the restaurant basically what fuel you want to use in furnaces for cooking stuff. I only want to use charcoal because it's actually renewable right now. It's the only thing I can automate for fuel. Then you can actually set requests to have items delivered, which is not unique to the restaurant. It's just something I haven't done before. So I'm going to have it request charcoal, obviously, and then I also want to have it request the two types of fish, salmon and cod, which should get delivered by non-existent couriers from the fisher's hut. Pickup priority. Request pickup now. I believe that will do nothing because there are no couriers in my colony, because I would need a courier hut or a warehouse. In the meantime, I'm going to just hand you this stuff. So here's your fish, here's your charcoal. Oh, did you just start cooking? Nice, you did start cooking. Maybe you were doing that for a while and I just didn't notice. I think that's what happened. I just realized I wasn't recording during that part. That is a little unfortunate. But what I was doing was I was going to get limestone, which needs, I need my drill, and I need my drill to have fuel. And you can make these tanks, small fueling tanks, and you can make these water tanks that you can put water in. That was a weird way to say that. Basically gives my drill extra capacity, meaning longer in between trips to go refill, which is always so much fun. The water tank was really easy, but the lava tank is a little bit more annoying because you have to do this thing with obsidian, and then crushing the obsidian, then putting lava on it, then hammering it to get these plates. And then I was over here, and then I noticed my thing wasn't recording, so I was like, darn, but luckily, I'm not actually done. I ran out of lava, I need a little bit more lava. And since I've been adding waystones all around my property, I have a waystone in the mine shaft down here. Grab some lava. Lava comes down, and goes into the powdered obsidian and turns it into partially done sheets. Lastly, I can make the large fueling tank, and now I am off to the races. What the heck? Why is there a pirate ship? What do you mean there's a pirate ship? I'm underground. Whoa, why is there just a... Whoa, what the heck? Bro, there's a pirate ship right above me now. I kind of doubt that they will be able to make it to my colony. Somehow I think they're gonna make it to the colony. Where did the pirates go? Where did they go? They had a pretty good head start on me. Oh no, they're killing the guard. No, the guard is so dead. Oh, right in front of me too. Man, that was a lot of pirates. I gotta get over to the ship and break those spawners before even more of them show up. Oh my god, there's so many of them on the way. Let me get this thing burning. I need this gun. Oh, we got treasure. Okay. Okay. I don't mind as much. That was quite the adventure, and now all that's left is the burning ruins of a ship. But that cost me a lot. Cost me my guard. I obviously need a lot more guards now than I thought if those kinds of ships are going to be showing up. I also might need some shore defenses in the vein of big cannons. Why are you on the floor?
Time to go to sleep.
The drawbridge is complete, minus the most important part, the actual functionality of it. It needs to kind of do something. Right now it can't do a whole lot, it just sits there and looks nice. Not that I mind it sitting there looking nice, but let's make a move, which should be extremely easy. Only slightly more difficult than probably that tree farm we did, believe it or not. So let's go ahead and try this first, so that I make sure I kind of know what I'm doing. All of this is basically made possible solely by sequenced gear shifts, which allow you to set up rotational sequences powered by redstone. So what's gonna happen? Oh, look at that, it goes down and then it sits there and then it goes right back. So that's not actually the right way. Do that again. Now it goes up and then it sits there. What we could also do instead of having it delay is we could have it await a new pulse. So I push the button one time and it goes up and then it will sit there until I push it again and then it goes right back down. You probably can see where this is going now. Yes, this is exactly what it's going to do here, just on a much bigger scale. Actually, I just tested a very small part of the bridge and it seems to be working perfectly. So this is the part where I try to glue this entire area into a huge selection. Wish me luck. Area selected is too big, so what? I'm going to have to glue several of these together. So let's make the first selection. There's like a 99% chance it's going to freak out and I'm going to have to go change the config to add a mod. Well, I've got a bunch of overlapping glue areas. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, it might... No, it worked actually. Oh, so I do have to fix the back of this. Ooh. Also, that's going way faster than I want it to. I need to slow this down. My solution is a rotational speed controller set to 1 RPM. That's 1 RPM, I don't think it can get slower. That is a lot more reasonable. That right there looks like a drawbridge. I've tried to decorate some of the bottom here and it's kind of... That's actually kind of cursed looking still, but it's getting there. I think I'm going in the right direction. There's a little bit more work I can do, but I do kind of want to make it look like it's supported by something. And then I did something really stupid. You've got to be kidding me. Hang on. All might not be lost. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh my god, that's so... Well, okay. Darn it. It's all still glued together, which is hilarious. Oh my god. I fry all of this over here now. What the heck? The builder set is toast. Oh my god. There's a little bit of stuff to fix. It's all fixed, everything's back after that calamity, which was entirely my fault. That could have been easily avoided, but it wasn't. Anyways, they're rebuilding the house here. It's already been rebuilt. Several builders died because there was a spider here that just camped and killed a bunch of different people. It was really bad. But anyways, let's do the thing that is actually important. If I push this button, which I'm going to do right now, you can see we have a working drawbridge. I hooked up the other side. I got all the decorative parts done. That is a drawbridge, that's for sure. Of course, you can just push that button again. Then the cool thing is you can even run up this and then back to the other side like that, even when it's opening. The only issue is I've noticed the colonists don't seem to want to walk on the drawbridge. If they continue to just swim across the river, I might have to build like a tunnel or a submarine or something dumb for them, but either way, I have a gigantic drawbridge, and I think that is going to be where we call for this video. Last time I did much to upgrade my colony and its infrastructure, namely this drawbridge here. In between videos, I've also had the colonists build a warehouse and a university, which I'll mention shortly. But back on the industry side of things, today I'm going to build a working crate mod sawmill split into two parts. An older section, which will be the focus today, and a newer, larger complex with a rail yard to be put into service once I have a logging town in the future. Wow, what do you know, the courier is doing something now that there's a warehouse instead of just wandering around complaining all day. I'm not quite sure what the courier is doing, but they seem to be doing something. They seem to be carrying stuff from random inventories. Much to my surprise, I didn't actually think they were going to start delivering stuff. I thought it was broken for a little while, but I was wrong, luckily. In fact, they've been able to deliver lots of items, largely helping to construct this residence right here. Now the builder who builds right behind me in this house is able to live right next to it instead of living on the opposite side of the colony. That was really inefficient. I also have another courier's hut, because the bad thing I discovered is that the storage warehouse thing over here can't actually hire couriers on its own. It needs courier huts, and one hut per courier. I would need to spam a lot of huts everywhere if I wanted a lot of quarters, but these 2 people are just fine. They deliver all kinds of stuff here. Most importantly, I have a university. yeah, this is that's the level 1 university. I can go do some research. All the colonists, they can become communists. It's going to be a great time. There's this research system. It's like a skill tree kind of thing. So there's all these upgrades and things you can do, and mainly what I want is to be able to unlock things like the hospitals so that they can stop being sick, or they can go cure themselves if they're sick. Or you can unlock the library. I could also unlock the barracks. I don't know, maybe I should do the barracks first. Actually, let me see if I can do that. Yeah, let's do that. Research have begun to investigate tactic training. So it's 30 real-time minutes. But if I can build barracks, then I can get lots of guards instead of just 1 guard per guard tower. Given that I have a central place that I can put items that the colonists will use, they can go into that warehouse there. Colonists from anywhere can request stuff that they might need. So it seems like it would be a great idea to be able to have a sawmill that can produce lots of different wood and wood products that I could maybe deliver to that sawmill. Or not the sawmill, to the warehouse. There's a reason why the warehouse is going to be right next to a train station as well. I'm going to attempt to add on to this later some ways to automatically deliver items into it for the colonists. But let's make a sawmill. Sawmill has to go over here somewhere. Unfortunately, the land is super not... Yeah, it's kind of weird with this pond here, but I've got a plan. I've got some reference images. I know enough about what I'm going to be doing to get started. First thing is going to be to redirect some of this river here, especially because of how the sawmill is going to go along part of the river. Then I'm going to raise up this pond to be a higher water level and make a new river that I can stick some water wheels on for the old part of the sawmill. Then I'm going to have the train track from the factory run through part of the sawmill, plus some other ones in other spots. But let's go ahead and get building now. No way, my researcher made a breakthrough and now understand tactic training. That's so cool. I can make a barracks tower now. Not that I'm going to, but I could. I've been finding these waystones extremely useful for adding fast travel points everywhere. Like, I'm just gonna add one right here to the sawmill so I can go back and forth to my house really quickly. I've got the layout of one of the more modern buildings down because I kind of need to get the layout for all the buildings, not just the older ones which I'll be making. This one here is where the train tracks are gonna run through, and there's gonna be kind of like a train loading, unloading system here for various resources. Especially there's gonna be a space there that will automate tracks because that's part of what I want to do at the sawmill. I have all the iron I could ever want right over there, so why wouldn't I do this here? So this right here is going to be a train bridge that comes across this river. I'm like basically creating a river here. The rail yard is going to be somewhere over here. A lot of this is going to get covered up. Then next to it's going to be the big building that the rail yard is going to unload into. We're not going to get to that today other than the foundations, but that's where the upgraded sawmill eventually can go. Just when I wanted more barbarians, at least I'm at kind of an in-between part, so let's go head them off. Given that I took matters into my own hands when it came to expanding the colony borders, these barbarians will actually spawn a lot farther away than they would have otherwise. Problem is the raids are getting a lot bigger, so it's a lot harder for me to handle completely on my own. Hey, why does he have my engineer's goggles? I was missing those from the other video, and now this guy has them instead of a helmet? What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna need those back, bro. I can give you some iron gear instead. Nice. Okay, give me that back. Wait, you have pirate leggings? Oh. I didn't even realize. Well, great. Also, he's able to use the diamond sword for some reason, which is nice. I'm not really sure why, but I won't complain. Oh yeah, I also got that new cape that they just put out, the 15-year cape, which I actually prefer because I had the migrator one before, which I now regret getting since that was basically just a bribe to get you to move your account to Microsoft early, from what I understand, so I feel kind of dumb for having that now anyways. But when I can't have my Optifine cape, this thing looks a lot better. By the way, do any of you know if there's a way to get the Optifine cape with some kind of Forge add-on? Because there was a fabric mod that just added the Optifine cape without Optifine, but I have yet to find one for Forge, so if any of you know of one, please let me know. I have to figure out how to make the train bridge, like a wooden train bridge this time, not just a big gravel hill. Wow, that was way more difficult than I expected. I thought I'd be like, oh yeah, we're gonna go make a design super fast, it's gonna be super cool. But no, that's like the 4th or 5th design. The only problem is I don't really have any rails, so I'm gonna activate this sawmill as soon as possible. Like right now, I'm going to go get the water wheels. And the water wheels are gonna be like the half redundant part. We're gonna be able to have steam engines and like actual big power because I'm gonna be making charcoal here as well because why not? It's gonna be the wood factory. And there we go, there is our very large and unrealistic looking water wheel. But it should provide a lot of auxiliary power to temporarily power some stuff like a track automator. Fun part for me though is I get to build an artificial river here. Not only that, I have to raise it up by quite a few blocks to have it be at the same height as the water wheel, which also goes for this pond. But I have a couple temporary water source blocks behind it, so looks like we're probably getting around 3,000 stress units. That's the second time somebody has drowned, and I don't understand why they're drowning. It's the weirdest thing. Okay. First thing I have to do is increase the rotation speed, which I'm just going to do with some gear ratios because it's going to get hidden. I don't mind doing that. And then apparently the shaft is going to come up straight through the floor here. And now I have the 3rd iteration of my track automator, the best one, and probably not the last one I'm going to have to make. This is another temporary thing. It's just a little more temporary than the last one. It's spinning the wrong way. Of course, it always does that. Let me try something. There's no way this is going to work, right? Oh, it kind of does actually. It does. It's a little bit more automated than what I'm used to. I may want to build with this stuff as well, so that's part of why I got so much extra. Okie dokie, we put the slabs in here. We need more slabs. Nuggets in there, more nuggets. And that is our... Why is our cogwheel? There's our wide dark oak tracks. That is quite simple. And quite fun to watch, actually. Let's watch this for a sec. Remind me to never again build a train bridge like this. This was a terrible decision. Terrible in the sense that it is very time consuming to build. Not terrible in the way it looks. I think it actually looks pretty cool though, although trying to make this curve is just a little bit cursed. Oh, and if I sound weird, it's because I'm in a hotel right now, just kind of like old times, but we'll have to see. Maybe I'll re-record that if it is. I have foundations here for all the buildings I want in this complex, and then, I mean, maybe there'll be more that I need after I build more. Right over here is where the old sawmill is going to go, the older style buildings, mainly meaning it's not going to have sheet metal, it's going to have bricks. And that's what I'm going to be building today, mostly. One thing I definitely will be doing, though, is making the power generation. Very important, especially because then we'll get our smokestacks, which, you know, we gotta have those. Although smokestacks feel slightly disingenuous without a pollution mod. I wonder if that mod is updated for this version. I don't want to do that to myself, at least not right now. There's darn raiders coming. Oh no, not the darn raiders. Oh, wait, what? These are just barbarians. I thought these were gonna be like cool bandits or something. What the heck? Why are they so fast now? They used to be slow and lame, and they've been slowly upgrading. Well, I wasn't gonna start recording right this second because I'm still trying to build the inside of this building here. But hey, the good excuse, I guess. Some barbarians that were not cowboys, very sad. I have these two separate buildings which are meant to be the older style, mainly meaning they don't have any sheet metal and they have more brick and more wood. But that's about to change because I'm about to bring iron from the factory to turn into sheet metal and lots of other stuff. But if I'm going to do this, I'm going to need more power, so I'm going to redirect the water wheel power to several pumping locations for boilers that we need to make. And they're probably over here going to power a charcoal automation thing. I should be able to fit some lava fans in here to make charcoal automatically. And I have some ideas of how to move these items around. Yeah, the first thing I'm going to do is actually bring iron over from the factory. And then I'm going to set up the charcoal production right here. One nice thing that finally happened, which I threatened would happen earlier in the series, was that the iron farm shut off because it filled up an entire storage drawer. It will actually turn back on very soon because I'm going to be taking a bunch of iron out here. Anyways, this is where it gets really tricky and annoying because making belts turn corners in small spaces is never fun, and I have to get it all the way over to that platform. Oh, of course it's spinning the wrong way. Of course. Good, I can get here with only 2 belts. That's better than I expected. I just have to connect them somehow and then decorate it a little bit so it doesn't look completely terrible. Very nice. What do we think? There I go. That looks good, actually. I'm happy with that. It's fairly unobtrusive, and it will also get the job done, meaning it's going to bring iron over here. So what do I want to do with this iron? Well, it needs to get turned into iron plates, iron nuggets, and industrial iron, probably, among other things. The nuggets are going to be used for the rails, and then some of the other stuff is decorative or for sheet metal. So the nuggets are extremely easy because it just needs one crafter because it's just one step to turn it into the nuggets. The plates are going to be a little bit more difficult though because I have to run them through a press and then store them and then turn them into sheet metal. Oh good, it looks like I can use a mechanical arm to fill these crafters with stuff. I was getting concerned. Not that I have any mechanical arms, I will have to go over that. I'm going to set up my first boiler right here on the other side of the track so that I can start turning on some of the machines across the way. Just gotta get my power over here from the water wheel. Oh, perfect. Nice, that worked out perfectly. In order to safely transmit power across this area, I'm gonna have to bring it up by quite a few blocks because there will be big trains that go through here eventually. Boom, get that metal press. So let's see if this is gonna work now. Yes, it stops. That's how it's supposed to work. Couple small literally one cogwheel. And look, it makes the nuggets, and then it just gets stuck. Shoot, there we go. I'm going to solve all my problems with mechanical arms. Hopefully. Maybe I'm being optimistic. No, I don't think I am. I think they're pretty cool. So, I'm going to use the arm not only to load the crafters to make sheet metal, but also to load a blaze burner in order to create the industrial iron blocks. So, can this be... Is this... Please tell me that is... Oh, no. Darn it. Darn it. No, you can't take stuff directly out of storage drawers. That's really sad. Oh, gosh darn it, why can't you put it in and out of chests? This is so stupid. And we are overstressed. Oof. Oof. I have a solution to this problem. Watch this. Now what is it doing? 16,000 stress units. Here we go. Is it gonna work? Is it putting the right stuff in the right spot? Oh, it looks like it is. Not very fast though. Also, I assume if I put something in here, then it would probably... Oh no, that's not good. How do I tell it not to do that? It put the stupid log... Uh-oh. Oh no. I had no idea you could combine crafter spots. That means this arm is now not needed very much, other than for the blaze burner. What I mean to say more eloquently is if you go to the back of this, normally it would only put into that one crafter thing, but if you go back here, you can join the inventories of them together. And so now it's all connected and it will make the 2x2 recipe. Well, isn't that convenient? I wish I had known that a lot sooner. Like, I don't know, last year, unironically. I totally didn't burn down part of my building while making this down here. I can't imagine why that might have happened. It definitely doesn't have anything to do with the lava. But this is my charcoal maker. It will make the charcoal. You could see the charcoal is right there. That's all the evidence we need. If you want to actually see it in action, I can put some stuff in here. And it sends the logs out and they just get turned into charcoal. So this is going to be the fuel source for the other parts of the sawmill, the factory, whatever is going to be over there. And the way I'm going to get the items there is actually going to be rather novel. Instead of using belts, I am going to use storage drawer things. I'm going to use these drawer trims, which I have discovered you can use almost as like a line of item transfer. It's kind of interesting. I'll try to explain it. And somehow I've managed to make this line up perfectly with where I want the stuff to go. That doesn't usually happen. This go into a drawer controller slave, which is going to go into a drawer controller, which is then going to go into a storage drawer itself. So if I were to put stuff down there, there are things here now, but the cool thing is if I were to connect this with oak trims, which are not storage drawers, they're something different, and then I take another slave at the end and I put a hopper. That is not where the hopper goes. If I take a hopper under it or something else, it'll extract the charcoal from here or whatever items are in there. So all I have to do is make a big line of oak trim as in block form, and instead of conveyor belts, I just get to place blocks down. And boom, controller slave. And I chuck this charcoal in here. It should immediately go over to this boiler that I just made. Yeah, it did. You can see the arm is picking it up, and it's gonna stick it into that blaze burner there. And boom, we now are making 16,000 stress units. That is what I'm talking about. And I'm going to do that as well over in this area, in this factory, because I need charcoal both for this boiler and I need it for that blaze burner down there. And you know what I could do? I have a lot of these trims. I could dig a tunnel under the river from my tree farm. Oops, I could transport wood over to the input here, which would be a good solution until I can set up the rail yard and have it be more realistic. And that's exactly what I just did. It took forever, and I had to make quite a few different systems down here, but now it is dragging all those logs underneath the river over to my sawmill. I even added another system to drag charcoal all the way over to the second boiler and that blaze burner. But now let's go work on the sawmill part of the sawmill. I'm gonna make this a functioning sawmill. It's not actually clickbaited. It's not just belts. Power is up and running. Over to here. Over to a deployer. And I wonder what the deployer will be used for. Well, I'm gonna show you very soon. I'm going to put a... No. Well, that's kind of similar. I'm gonna put a normal piston there. And right here, I'm going to put a mechanical drill. And right here is going to be a mechanical saw. Right here, I need to put an observer with a redstone link. And then I'm going to connect it over to this piston. Nice. Time to see if this works. So, basically, I'm going to put some blocks here. And then if I put a block right there, then it moves it forward and it puts another block down and mines it. And it continuously moves this forward. Then that should go straight into here. And it stores... Yeah, this went really fast. Then it stores these stripped logs. So I'm only going to store the 3 that I've automated right now. We're missing birch. I don't have it on me, but it's on the way, kind of. But essentially, you can actually see it breaking. Like, this is redundant, obviously, but it just looks cool. I present the extremely cluttered but functioning sawmill behind me. Everything is working as intended as far as I know for now. Not that it's been running for very long. The wood is getting turned into the stripped wood, and then of course the planks. It's still only doing oak wood, and it probably will only be doing oak wood for quite a long time because there's tens of thousands of oak logs. Anyways, it's turning into planks. These planks are going here. I still have to put some more of these here, but these planks are getting turned into sticks and also getting turned into framed blocks. All that made possible by these mechanical arms here, which make it so that I don't actually have to try to do crazy stuff to input the different items into the right slots. These arms just put them where they need to go. One of them handles the sticks, one of them handles the planks, and then, of course, we get our storage drawer of 120 framed cubes. Oh yeah, and I just ran another one of those oak trim lines up through the floor here to drop the logs off at the deployer for the log cutter. But that's what we're going to have to call it for today. I'm glad that we got this iron stuff done. We got the industrial iron being made. We got the nuggets. And of course, we got the sheet metal and the sheets. Then we have even charcoal automated. And then We have a nice compact sawmill, which will work for a while until I can upscale when I have a big rail yard over here and can do a lot faster. I just got done making a sawmill and starting a rail yard, but the trains can't get to the rail yard yet because there's no tunnel. Also, there's not even any trains either. And best of all, I've never made a crate mod train in survival before. So obviously, the only solution is to crank up the maximum contraption block limit, overclock my CPU, and build a huge tunnel bore train. Let's get started. Oh boy, it's time for schematics again. This is good. It's been a little while since I had the schematic. We're breaking out the schematic cannon again. Oh boy, this is where the fun begins. Give me that schematic tunnelbore.nbt. Ooh. By the way, quick announcement, this mod pack is now available on CurseForge via the link in the description, and I'm considering setting up my Patreon SMB server with this mod pack, so let me know if that's something you might be interested in. The question is where exactly am I to put this, because this thing is gigantic. I mean, just look at what would happen if I tried to put it right here. Whoa, see what I mean? This thing is no joke. Ooh, look at that right there. Okay, in all honesty, where do I actually want to build this? So obviously tunnels are going to run through all of this mountain stuff. It's going to basically be back behind the experience farm under the village. Let me just show you here. Like, this is all mountains. It's going to run through here. There's also going to be tunnels here. You see, the thing is, there actually needs to be kind of 2 tunnels. There needs to be 1 for each direction. Really, I'm going to have to build it out here. Honestly, I could try to build it in the rail yard, or I could try to build it up here. That would just be really annoying trying to do that, though. Help. How do I get rid of it? I want it to go away now. Okay. Come on. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, dude. Why is it needing to be done this way? This is so dumb. Oops. I'm still not sure how I want to handle getting this thing turned around or which direction I want to drive it in, so I'm just going to have it pointing toward the plains for now, and I'll deal with it later if I need to. There may be ways I think there's ways I can build turntables. I think I've seen some stuff on YouTube, but that's not really practical right this moment. So let me go ahead and rotate it. Oh, that's how you move the thing. I wish I'd found that before. I knew there was a dumb way that I was just missing. Oh boy, yeah, look at that thing. Yep. That's where it's going to get built. What kind of blocks are we going to need? Anyways, out of gunpowder, I bet you are. Let's print up a book here. Material checklist. This is always my favorite part. Let's see, that is 214 andesite sheet metal. That's not amazing. And also 81 blocks of andesite alloy. So the problem here we have again is there's a lot of framed blocks in this. We can actually see here, there's several hundred framed stuff, which means there's several hundred more blocks of building stuff that I need beyond what it tells you. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. The worst part though is going to be the andesite alloy blocks because I don't have andesite alloy automated. The best I can really do right now is go temporarily automate it with the nuggets that I have. So I guess I'll start with that. And let's not forget, I also have to make train parts, which I've never made before. Well, this should be pretty simple. Usually it's not. Oh, this is in the wrong spot. See what I mean? Oh shoot, I'm making stuff I don't want. What am I making? Oh, not the ball bearings. Oh, come on. Okay. How fast is this? It better be really fast. This is not very fast. Another thing I'm making right next to it is the 4th version of the track automator. Hopefully the last version this time. Okay, so look at this monstrosity here. This does the andesite alloy. Oh wait, I'm forgetting a drawer. Oops. Right, that's gonna be for andesite alloy. What do we got here? I have no idea which. That's the slabs. So slabs go right here. And I'm gonna need a ton of tracks because the tunnel bore also lays track as it goes. That's that mostly automated. Iron input's automated. I'm gonna go mine a ton of andesite. I'm out of food again, but I've been eating these sweet rolls, and it's kind of funny how you make these. All you do is you put bread and you dump milk on it. Like, I feel like you would get soggy bread, but it's really easy to do. Oh, and if you're wondering where I'm getting the milk from, I now have a cow under my staircase that is a permanent resident here. If you have name suggestions for the cow, then I will gladly hear some suggestions. Oh yeah, and I got about 10,000 andesite, which is not that much, but it should be plenty for now. Problem is I have to make these train parts now. I'm just kind of going through this list, but in reverse order. So to make train casings, I need sturdy sheets, which means I need powdered obsidian. and a bunch of lava, and I'm really tired of always running out of lava, so I thought I'd throw together a super terrible lava farm real fast using pointed dripstone and cauldrons. Only issue is I don't think I have any pointed dripstone, and I have yet to locate a dripstone cave, so that's the first priority. Supposedly there's a dripstone cave over here. I've tried to use the nature's compass and it just doesn't work. It doesn't find it for some reason. I had a waystone kind of close to where I located it, so let's go find out if it's actually here. It's probably not, but it would be amazing if it were. Oh, look at that. I'm at the corner of Sun. What do you know? There's no dripstone cave. That really is bad. Oh my god, I found a dripstone cave biome. It's literally the tiniest little thing you've ever seen. And it's nowhere near the coordinates. 1250, negative 850. Oh yeah. Huh. So my colony is chunk loaded, at least to the extent that people can get killed by mechanical saws. That's awesome. Here we go, it's all done, and very slow, I think. Oh wait, that was fast. Maybe I was wrong. What I need to do now is build a big tank here that can hold a lot of lava at one time, so even if it is slow, it can fill up over time, and I can just have a bunch of reserves. Only problem is, once you even get the lava in the tank, it's hard to take the lava out of the tank, especially into a bucket. You have to use another pump and then pump it into a fluid spout thingy, which is a bit annoying. But I've managed to cram one of these systems in here off the same water wheel barely. Here we go, let's make some train casings. You take your powdered obsidian, you pour some lava on it, you stick the incomplete plate into a metal press, pound it a couple times, and you've got a sturdy plate. So I've got these brass casings, you just craft it. No, you don't. You just do it by hand. Boom. Now I can make train stations, train bogies, boggies. Which one? I don't know which one it is. 11 train doors. These are the most expensive doors I've ever had. Well, I'm at the very last thing I need, which are these aluminum flywheels. And I've never made aluminum before. But it's pretty simple. You just take bauxite and run it through some crushing wheels and then smelt the stuff. So I'm going to try to do that. Ooh, a napalm bomb. That's the first thing I see when I look up aluminum is a napalm bomb. There we go. Well, I said that I was done building train bridges for a little bit, but I was wrong, because I'm about to build another train bridge right here, because it's where the giant tunnel bore needs to go. Oh boy. I really thought that was going to take longer. Not that I'm sad, but that schematic cannon really did it quickly. Maybe it's just because it was actually able to pull from these chests, and the funny thing is there's so much stuff left over. Apparently made a lot more of some things I needed, which is fine. It's good to have extra. But behold, check out the gigantic tunnel bore in all of its glory. So the only thing it doesn't have right now is the autocannon on top. It has the mount for the cannon, which is right here, but it doesn't have, obviously, this stuff, because I can't, well, it's not that I can't, I just haven't made cast iron stuff yet. I haven't made anything with autocannons, or any kind of casting for that matter. So I suppose that's something I'm going to try to do, but first I'd like to do the glue here to get this assembled, which is probably the hardest part. And the very first thing I'm going to glue is going to be the front of this, because I have actually added a mechanism in there that can make it spin when the train is disassembled. You can spin the front of this, and it actually looks pretty cool. There are some mods out there that might be able to make it spin while the train is moving, but I've tested some stuff and it's a little bit too broken to use right now, unfortunately. Oh, of course, it doesn't think the blocks are connected. What a surprise. Go away! Not sure if I can do this with a hand crank or not. I'd be a little bit surprised. Oh. Wow, it is working. I didn't expect that. But I can also tell it's mining the bridge underneath it, which I'd rather it not do. I don't have a way to power this thing really right now because I plan to put a wireless energy transmitter there eventually, which I can't even make yet. So that's gonna kind of have to wait. Gluing the rest of the front carriage is pretty straightforward. It just is done in 2 big sections, and then there's a couple areas that are lower down, like that are next to the track, that I have to glue separately. That should take care of the entire first carriage, if I did that right. I'm pretty sure I did. This gets a little bit tricky now, because there's 2 carriages here, but there's no gap in between it, and it sometimes is hard getting it to realize that and making separate carriages and not freaking out and being like, oh, there's 4 bogies in 1 carriage. So I'm going to start by gluing the back carriage here, and I'm going to leave this right here where there's 2 stairs right in front of each other. I'm going to leave this blank, and I'm going to start the next glue from basically right here. It's able to be done all with 1 big glue section plus a couple smaller ones to get stuff at the bottom like the first one. There is 1 block here that is not glued, this gap here, and this gap has to be glued independently. So I have to glue right here, and then I have to go down here and then glue again. So there is, if it worked right, there should be an independently glued section, which there is. So if I go and try to form this into a train, it should form it into 2 carriages just fine. Let's see, assemble train. Nice, it worked. It worked first try. What should we name the train, guys? By the way, I'll leave some names down in the comments. I'm just gonna name it tunnel bore for now, but I can rename it if we get some good suggestions. It worked so well that it's lagging OBS. That's never a good sign. I should probably go make a backup of this real fast before I start doing anything. Wait, did I name it Bore Tunnel? I was not paying attention to that. So obviously this thing can drill stuff in front of it, but it also can lay down ballast with big mechanical rollers under it. And it also has a deployer so it can stick track down in front of it. It's actually quite simple, and I can turn on and off all the different functions independently with their own controls. Man, I didn't think it immediately when I loaded it just breaks OBS. Why is it not doing the thing where it lets you approach the train? Where is the train station anyways? I think it broke the train station. Look, if you look at the top, it shows the inventory. And it broke the train station. Oops. Good thing I've got another one that I can go park at instead. I just switched to the hardware encoder, which I know I've had before, and I don't know if this is any better or not. I can probably check the graphics card usage, and it probably is gonna freak out right now. It's actually not bad. It's like 50%. Let me see what happens when I make the train. Is it gonna just explode? Oh, nice. It's not breaking the recording. So I want to go ahead and load this stuff, and it needs a dedicated loading station. Like, it needs tens of thousands of items, mainly, if you want to run it for a long time. Most of that being gravel, for being honest. But what I can do right now is add some storage interfaces right here and have a temporary loading system. And I designed a way that you can control this with redstone so you don't put too much stuff in it. But that's not really a problem right now because I don't have very much of either of these items. So basically, if I assemble the train, this stuff starts connecting, and we should see, yeah, look at that. It's already input almost 2,000 of those items. So right now, I don't want it to, I actually do want it to deploy, but I don't want it to dump gravel. Right, so it should put down 1 track that it broke, or a couple tracks that it would have broken. Yep, it just did. You can see it derailed temporarily. It better not be putting gravel down. No, it's not. I just need to make sure, because that would be bad. Ah, yes. The mighty tunnel bore defeated by some barley. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. That's more like it. That's more like it. I definitely didn't have an accident with the gravel here. But it's working now. It's not going to be boring much. Right now, it's just a glorified track layer and ballast layer. I wonder how this looks on the replay mod. I'm perfectly able to drive the train from back here as well. It's actually kind of more interesting back here. You do kind of have a better view. Well, how far have I gone? Oh yeah, look at that. It's actually digging. You can tell that it's been digging this out here. And it lays down a nice ballast underneath the train. That's pretty epic, not gonna lie. Well, I know I built it this way because I intended to drive it that way, not go in reverse on that train track. But I guess I'm gonna undo my decision. And we are gonna drive it that way, the wrong way, and drill a tunnel over there. And to get the train over there, I'm gonna have to build a little loop at the end of its current track so that it can turn around. It's not perfect, but it should get the job done. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. I'm running the mobs over. Okay, I got the thing working, which was really weird. It was just like having a glitch or something like that. But you can see here there's a tunnel bore just at the edge of this mountain here. And where it needs to go is it needs to go straight all the way to this track here. That's where it needs to go. That's where we're going to take it to this video. So everything is up. Let's get this thing going into the mountain. Boom. That should work pretty well. We're out. We're all the way out. All the way out of the tunnel. Look at that. Look at this giant thing here. It actually mostly can fit, which is funny. But it made it out of the slightly cursed looking tunnel now, thanks to the weird tunnel board and the way it drills. Is somebody having problems? Oh no. I pushed the guy into sweet berries and I didn't even realize. That is very sad, but also mission accomplished, because that's where we're gonna leave it for today. Next time we're gonna have to deal with casting those autocannon barrels. We'll have to arm this thing up, but primarily next time we'll be working on like a freight train so that I can start to automate some of the moving around of materials, especially now that I need to give this thing massive amounts of gravel. In the last video I built a tunnel board to help construct railways throughout my colony for the vast number of trains that I definitely have. Which means today a crate mod freight train is in order to move supplies from my factories to the colony warehouse. In order to use these new supplies, the colonists will need a few new jobs like a blacksmith and a carpenter, which is my first priority. Let's get started. Oh, it's always raining. Anyways, today I hope to try to tie some things together that I'm kind of working on. Like I set up this warehouse over here which can supply the colony from a central location with all the stuff it needs. And I intend to help this out by delivering raw materials there. Things like logs and things like iron that the colonists need to craft stuff out of, like building materials or weapons and equipment. But there's also some stuff that the colony needs. They kind of need a carpenter to craft log stuff into building materials. They need a blacksmith in order to craft armor and weapons for the guards, and in fact they need more guards as well. The issue is I can't make either of these things right now because both of them require university research, and I can't even do the research yet because I don't have a level 3 mine. I have a level 2 mine, and I don't have a level 3 logging hut. I have 0 logging huts of any level. Guess I'll go ahead and upgrade the mine right now. It just needs 1 upgrade. And another thing I can do is I can queue the barracks to be made, which is something I unlocked recently, and that will help me get more guards. So how to supply all this stuff? Well, what I can do now is instead of running around frantically to the different building huts, I can just go to the warehouse and shovel stuff into there, and then the dudes can go and deliver it, and it'll be awesome. And look, there goes a person going to deliver stuff to somewhere. That right there is a level 3 mine, which means I can go over to the university and research the blacksmith. Heck yeah. How long is that going to take anyways? I have no idea. Either way, my builder's free to go start on the barracks, and builder's hut over there has a level 3 upgrade being queued, so it can do that forestry hut all the way to the maximum level. this is a level 3 builder set, so I actually have 2 of these now, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, and the research thing finished making the blacksmith, so I can do that now. I can get that building, and then that guy can craft stuff like armor and supply the guards, because I got the barracks built as well, which I'll go show you. Barracks is up here. It's a level 1 barracks, and it has 1 barracks tower. It's kind of weird. It's like a nested structure, like there's another structure here, and this has hired another guard. I also tried to build like an overpass over the railway, because I noticed the colonists were just not going across the rails. Kind of like minecart rails, they won't walk across trains either, and it's really annoying, train tracks. So if anyone knows how to like set waypoints for colonist pathfinding, that would be awesome. I've managed to position the sawmill right here, which I can't get yet, but still. And right next to it is going to be the blacksmith, so that all this is kind of clustered right near the houses, right near at least one of the builders' huts, and not that far from the warehouse. It's kind of far. And then there's going to be like a new road that goes up here and then winds up the hill over to the barracks, and then anything up on top of the hill later. And the great thing is I can get the blacksmith being built right now, which will be perfect. And that means I'm going to have to finally get rid of this thing here, this little smelting area that I built into. Wasn't it like the second video? I'm going to just move it over to this big area here. Some of this is going to turn into a workshop or something like that. Well, at least the video recording was on, but I had my mic off there. That's unfortunate. Well, I was just explaining what I was doing with the blacksmith. Essentially, this is a level 1 hut, and they can basically function by having recipes. So I just taught them all the recipes, which I was explaining, but I taught them how to do chainmail gear, and then some stone and iron gear, the basic stuff that they need. And I was saying that I hope they can do more recipes as I level it up, because I kind of need more than just 10. Let me like give this guy some iron ingots. Oh, he's already crafting. Let's see what's gonna happen. Oh yeah, look, there's like a bunch of things being requested here for chainmail stuff. Oh, there he goes. I put it in his inventory and he started using it. Look, he's making stuff. He just made a bunch of gear. So where did you put that? You put that in here. Is someone gonna go pick that up then? Oh, good. They finally took the chainmail out of there. That took forever. I don't actually know who grabbed it. I think I just saw a guard run past me without any armor. Oh, nice. They can use the tunnel under the track. They won't use the staircase. And I don't know where that guy's going. But they can use the tunnel, so I can tear down this thing. They finally finished building that sawmill, which took literally hours. It was so bad. I think it's because it's so far away, and the quarriers, they took literally forever to get there. It was kind of terrible. But importantly, it's a level 3 sawmill, so I can come in here and I can go unlock the woodwork. Yes! But the problem is that's like probably gonna take half an hour, or real time 30 minutes. So I may as well go cast some autocannon barrels and stick this on my train. But not so fast. I did actually go do that. I casted the autocannon barrels, I made the autocannon, and I even had some adventures with it later on, but it actually ended up being enough time for an entirely different video that I can go kind of in depth into. So there'll be a bonus one in a couple days in between this and then the next week's. So be on the lookout for that. But for today, we're gonna move on to the freight train. I didn't intend this episode to become Let's Build Trains episode, but that's a little bit what it turned into, so much so that I realized maybe I should just make it a whole new episode doing this at some point. We'll have to see, because there's lots of more designs that I wanted, but I realized if I ever want to get this video done, I'm going to have to stop. But I've been having lots of fun here. Look, I've got a locomotive now. We got a tender here, and the tender can hold items, and it can hold fluid, like fluid fuel if I need, or water, or whatever you might want. I've got a flat car design here. Got a boxcar design, and the boxcar can hold a lot of stuff. It's got 2 big vaults in it. It's got storage interfaces on either side. But I do also have a caboose here. It's got like a mini kitchen, got the stove, got some bunk beds. It kind of helped that I visited our old train museum recently and got to walk around a caboose not too dissimilar to this. I'm slightly less happy with the inside of the locomotive. It probably just will get better with time as I make more of these. But of course, we've got our cat driver here. But the next step is basically to make schematics of these and then go build them. and then set up some loading unloading areas. And my plan is to have basically 1 locomotive with the tender, and then 3 boxcars, and then a caboose. And my train is about 100 and, let's call it like 120 blocks long. So I'm gonna build it on this track right here, but I'm also gonna have to do some weird stuff with these rails, because I am not digging another rail tunnel right this second, which means I need to build out this train bridge, bring it around over here and have it connect to this loop, and I need to do some weird stuff to this loop up here at all to make it connect better. Great, so I'm sure there's some kind of special name for this kind of turn system here that shouldn't even exist, but basically you could completely turn the train around just on one track, or you can let it go to another track. It's kind of fancy. Problem is, I have a giant tunnel bore sitting immobile in one of the spots. So I'm gonna have to build a space to park it that's not in the middle of the area until it has a proper home, a proper loading, unloading station. Honestly, this is just turning into Factorio, but like a little bit harder to do. This is like the same kind of stuff I did when I made train networks in Factorio, beating space exploration. I got really tired of having to manually make the train casing things, mainly these sturdy sheets, so I just made a little thing to semi-automate it. As long as I can put in powdered obsidian there, then it just goes through on the conveyor belt and looks very cool. It's just connected to my lava tank. Here is the train station, which I'm going to use, which I have to use if I want to make a new train, and it's very far away from everything because the front of the train, well, it's so darn long. And I'm going to start by placing the locomotive down, and I can line the schematic up here with the first bogey spot for the train station, and everything else will line up great after that. So it's asking me to use super glue in the schematic cannon. Does that mean it can glue it for me? That would be really nice. Oh, I think it did. Yo, look it. That's so cool. I didn't know it could do that. And that's my train, all done. All 4 cars plus a tender, maybe you count the tender. So what, we've got a tender, we've got 3 boxcars, and a caboose. We can't forget about the caboose. And I'm very happy with how it turned out. I think the only, I don't know if you'd call it an issue, it's a lot larger than I expected. On the bright side though, each car can hold about 160,000 items, that's plenty. So I'm ready to start using this thing. So basically the first step is not actually to use this train, it's to get this tunnel bore out of the way. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here where I was building this railway, and I'm going to build a little extension here where I'm going to park the tunnel bore, and that's going to be tunnel bore home. Look at these train signals, it's literally Factorio. I'm literally playing proper 3D Factorio. After I place one train signal at the beginning and the end of this off-ramp, it creates its own section. If you check out the tracks now, you can see that everything else is green apparently, and then this little segment here is yellow, so any trains that inhabit this space will not obstruct automated trains on the other section of rail. Never mind, hang on, we're not moving the tunnel bore right now, because I can't get it driving in the right direction. It's basically impossible. Impossible until I, at the other end of my rail network, by the warehouse, extend the train track all the way up this hill. I curve it around and bring it up to this top of the hill, and then I build a loop-de-loop up here, kind of like what I built down in the big field at the opposite end. Oh my god, that was so hard trying to make that thing, and it's so bad looking, but it technically works. It's a loop. I have to run through here with the tunnel bore first though, before I can start doing more stuff. So that's what I'm gonna go do now, is if you look down here, it goes through all the way through the mountain. This is going to be a good use of the tunnel bore, I think. And based off of a recommendation, which I'll put up on screen, from my last video, I'm going to name the tunnel Boris. Boris the tunnel bore. Actually, it's not an apostrophe, it's a dash. There we go. This thing is not supposed to fit here, and that person is kind of stuck, unfortunately. But I'm going to make it over to this part, and once I get there, the drills are going on, and we're gonna go to town. And that is exactly what I did. But some weird stuff happened along the way. Stuff that gets featured in that bonus video that involves the autocannon. The important part is that I did make the tunnel, and I got the tunnel bore back to its home. Man, that was difficult trying to get in here, and it actually barely fits. Even though I kind of measured it out, it's still a little bit oversized. But let me go ahead and disassemble this thing now, so I can stop lagging so much. Now my train is clear to go up and down the different tracks, and what's left is for me to try to figure out how to load and unload stuff into this train, which is not something I've ever done before. First priority is to load gravel into the train from the iron factory, which I will then use to supply the tunnel bore. And then over here at the little sawmill area, I'm going to load iron and logs to give to the colony. The first thing I should do though is actually move my train over there so that I can figure out the height of everything and put down a train station. So let's give it a shot. Nice, I got it. What should we name it? What should we name it? I don't actually know right now. Let's see. Anybody got suggestions? Put them in the comments. But now I'm just gonna make it something generic, like freight train. But I also got an achievement. What achievement did I get? Create a train with at least 6 carriages. Well, yep, I do have 6 carriages. Okay, here we go. First time. Oh, right. I'm missing a track up there. Gosh darn it. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, and it's very close to running into the back of the train. A good thing it doesn't, but it's close. Look out! No, I'm running someone over. Shoot. Stop, get off the track, you dingus. I'm gonna use the first car to take stuff from the depot, so I'm gonna have to have one train station somewhere right around here. That seems pretty good, honestly. I can always adjust it by a block or two, so we'll call that good for that station. So I'm gonna have a smart chute for logs and then a smart chute for iron, because those are the things I'm gonna deliver right now. And then I'm gonna have belts, and I'm gonna send it up into here somehow. Wait, what? You can automate diamonds with 300 millibuckets of lava and some coal, and that's it? That might be one of the easiest recipes I've ever seen for diamonds. So I'm planning on doing this using storage drawers so that I don't actually have to use any belts or I don't have to like bring power over here or get any lag from belts or anything like that. I'm gonna try to use weird items like pufferfish to stop this rack from getting filled up with too much of one particular type of resource. If I'm right, this should stop it getting filled with other random stuff, and it should stop it from becoming unbalanced. Hopefully. So I'm gonna have this drawer here and make it only hold 1 stack, and then I can go around to the outside, break that, and then connect this with trim. So, we're gonna see if this does anything. That's the $1 million question, isn't it? But we're not gonna have it answered until I can put stuff in the train. Okay, everyone who's in the way, you need to not be in the way. Please and thank you. That's about where I need to stop it if I want the second boxcar to get used for gravel. Aha, there we go. Very good. Very good indeed. The way I can do this is with smart chutes that I can turn on and off with redstone, and then I can have a threshold switch monitoring the storage interface so that it can send a redstone signal with a redstone link to the smart chutes to shut them down when it has 50% gravel or 80,000. Take the gravel up and boom, into here. So, yeah, look at it's sending gravel down. It's sending the gravel in. Look, it's filling up. You can see it. Look at that's so cool. If I come over here and look at that, look, you can see it's filling up with the gravel. It's already got almost 5,000 gravel. Oh, there we go. It just shut off. This is on now. There's no items moving down. And so it is all done filling up with gravel. Yep, 80.7 thousand gravel in there. That is perfect. Over at the Sawmill area, I've got it to load some logs and some iron, but the problem is I only wanted a tiny bit of each of those in there. So I was like, yeah, I guess I'll set it to like shut off at 2%, but 2% is still 3,600 of each, which is way more than I needed. So then I even set it to shut off at 1%, and even 1% is about 1,600 items, which is over 3 times as many as I wanted. It slurped up literally all the remaining logs that I had. But the good news is the train is now loaded, and if everything goes correctly, I should be able to just drive it over to the other station that I set up first and have it unload stuff. How am I just discovering this? That you can lock storage drawers with the drawer key, and then even if you take everything out, it saves which items went in which slots. I don't know how I just discovered this. Everyone in the comments is probably like rolling their eyes right now. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted, because I was like, hold on, what if it just dumps like a ton of iron in there and then fills up everything? But it shouldn't do that now, so I can come over here. I can approach the train station. I hope nobody's in front of the train. And when I do that, it should have linked in the back here. Let's go see what's happening. It should have begun unloading some things. Yep, it has imported some things. And oh yeah, look, it's filling up with iron. And given that the colony does not use, at least not iron, it might use building materials quickly, I don't really need the train to come through here very often. And I also don't think I should leave the train sitting here permanently, because you have problems like this, where they can't pathfind around the train. They think they can go through there, but they can't. Okay, cat, you're coming with me. We are going to a very cool place where you'll have an amazing job. Should be very fun. You see, there's a very nice, comfortable seat right here. Well, now it's your seat, because you are going to drive the train for me just as soon as I make a schedule. The train schedule is the heart of what lets it automate stuff, or lets it be automated, in that you can tell it which stations to go to in which order, and then add wait conditions like wait for X amount of time, or wait until X amount of items are there or not there. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So what I can do with this schedule is I can come over here, and this cat that I just I just made the conductor or the operator, I can right click them with the schedule, and now the train is following the schedule. So what is it supposed to do? It's supposed to wait 30 seconds, I believe. So this cat here, who has a hat now and is very adorable looking, should make us leave the station after 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, look it. The cat's taking us out. We're going. And there's a guy in front. Oh no, I'm just killing the colonists. This is so bad. Oh no. Obviously, I need to make the freight train not go so quickly. Oh, and we're moving on again because we have 80,000 gravel. And now we're right back over here to the sawmill pickup, where it should sit around for a solid 30 minutes. But this cat, like, immediately runs over a colonist. That's not a very good job. But oh, yes, I almost forgot. As requested, the cow under my staircase will be named Mavery Toddingsworth III. Don't really know what happened to the other several Mavery Toddingsworths, but here it be. A couple episodes ago, I made a working tunnel bore using Crate Mod, and since then I've drilled tunnels with it for a freight train. But today, we're going to go back in time a little bit because this tunnel bore is missing something rather important. An autocannon. First thing is I need to clear out the storage for this thing. It still has a lot of, look at all the stuff that's still in here. And then up in this item vault, it's mostly full of 13,000 cobblestone. Oh my gosh. This is gonna light really fast if I don't get rid of that. Make it go away. Great, get rid of it. So I can fill this up with other stuff now. The bore is unloaded, but that's just the start of my problems. Because my tunnel bore needs an autocannon. Why? Because it's cool, that's why. But I've never made an autocannon before. And according to JEI, it doesn't seem particularly easy to craft. Like, I have to use cast iron to cast the autocannon parts, and I have to drill them. So it seems like a good place to start would just be making the cast iron. What are you going to turn it into? You better turn it into cast iron, right? Yeah, block of cast iron. That's exactly what I need. I don't really know how much I need, so I'm going to put quite a bit in there. And what next? I mean, casting implies having molten cast iron, so yeah, we're gonna need molten cast iron. And how does one melt cast iron? Apparently, I do it in a basin, where I have a basin and I have a basin foundry lid on top of a blaze burner. Here is a basin. Here is a basin foundry lid. What do we think? Do we think I'm gonna need to automate cast iron at some point? What does one use cast iron for anyways? Is this something that I'd actually need? What can I do with cast iron? You can make cast iron pipes. You can make armor-piercing autocannon rounds. That sounds nice. I mean, it seems to be used for... It might not be a bad idea to do it, honestly. Well, this would actually be really easy to add more to if I wanted. I can get rid of some of this stuff. It's just going to be a duplication of the thing that automates industrial steel. Industrial iron. I wish it was steel. It's not. Yet. Coming soon in a YouTube video near you. I'm so glad that one of the first things I did was automate iron. That was the best decision I've made in a while. The way I make cast iron automatically here is the exact same way that you make industrial iron. It's just with a different recipe filter. Only I'm not going to store about 4,000 cast iron blocks. I'm just going to store a stack of them. Because I honestly don't think I'm going to need that much. Maybe I have to put this in first. I bet. And then I can put the lid up there. Then I can put the charcoal in here. And hopefully it's going to do its thing. Oh. Yes, it actually is. Look at the top. The top is boiling over. That doesn't seem like a very good sign. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to have to use a pump to get this out of here, unfortunately. Although the next step is specifically to get casting sand and the autocannon molds for the correct parts. Well, I will make a stack of casting sand. I don't know how to get exactly this out of the mechanical sawmill, but I do know what happens is if you run enough logs through here, eventually... Oh, the first... I literally got the autocannon recoil spring cast mold. What about another one? Oh, and then I get another. So it just like cycles through wood things. I don't know how to filter this. What happens if I just dump a bunch of logs here? Am I just gonna okay. I'm just getting all of the random wood pieces that you can get out of this, apparently. I think somewhere in there I probably got the right casting type. So I think I have to put the sand like this. And then hit it with a... No. Put like the barrel mold there, and then what? Oh, I have to put sand here. Oh, and then I right click that. That works. Do I even need all of this extra sand here? I might not because of how small of the thing I'm casting. Let me try without. This may not work. Yep, it's bringing the stuff through. There's actually something there. Look, that kind of doesn't that look like it's doing something? Oh, look at that. It's right there. We got an onboard autocannon barrel. Now, I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do that. From what I understand, if I try to move this, it will break. Although I can pick it up. This next part is the hardest of all because I have to attach it to a spinning mechanical bearing that's spinning at the same rate as a cannon bore drill thing that you have to give water to in order to make it function. And I have to mechanically move the unfinished piece of barrel over to the correct spot as well, since I'm not going to cheat and pick it up myself. Obviously I need to start by bringing some power over here, and then as you can see, the way that you can kind of move this around is with various forms of mechanical piston. Oh boy, this might work now. I realized I completely messed up before. So let's see what happens. That's not the right thing. That's not the right thing either. Oh my gosh, what a... Let's try again, okay? Boom, grab the thing. Move it back. And move that way. Retract this. Rotate that. Rotate that. 90 degrees. Start spinning it. And then this thing is missing water. That should bring the water in. You should have yep, you should have lots of water. And if I flip this lever, I should start boring. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh, it's... I don't know if it's actually working now. Cast iron autocannon barrel. Nice. So that's one of several barrels. So that's how you do it. You cast it, you like move it around, you bore it. That's sick. That's a great system. Start it spinning. Send it in. Sweet. Stop the spinning, take it back. We have ourselves a second autocannon barrel. Oh no, it's missing it's missing a piece. It's missing a recoil spring. Oh, come on. How do I make a recoil spring? Apparently you take iron sheets and put it in a saw and eventually get these wires, and then you stick them under a metal press, and yay, recoil spring, which I guess is all it needed. Nice. There's our third piece out of 4 done. Right here is the last piece, the autocannon breech, which incidentally needs another piece as well. All good. That's all the parts of the autocannon. Let's go assemble it. So if I put the spring there, the breech back here, and then the barrel here. Oh, and right, this is survival mode. So I think I need a cannon welder. If this thing has durability, I'm actually gonna have an aneurysm. First position selected. Oh no. Well, say goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.
Uh-oh.
Great, and do I have to do this part? I should be able to assemble it if I can. Oh yeah, so I guess I did it, because look, it assembled. So check this out. Maybe hit this back here. Most importantly, attach a seat. And now, assemble the gun. And there you go. I have no ammo. That's the one problem. And autocannon cartridges are not particularly easy to make. Not least of all because they take 3 pieces of gunpowder per shot. Okay, so, you know, I made that autocannon. I'm sitting here complaining about how bad the cannon shots are, the shells are. But you didn't actually think I was going to make it and not shoot it at all, did you? Actually, you might have. I don't really know. Yeah, of course I'm going to make a couple shots. I want to see what happens here. Apparently I have to put these through a saw and then I get autocannon cartridge sheets. So let's see, that's 16 of them. And then how do you do that? You put it under a metal press a bunch of times. Awesome. So I have empty autocannon cartridge. I now have to fill it with gunpowder. I have to put 3 pieces of gunpowder in it to make it work. So I put that there. I give this gunpowder, and then it gets 3 pieces of gunpowder. Now I have a filled autocannon cartridge. Make that go away. To make this do something, I need to give it more pieces, like the explosive flak rounds. Impact fuse. Craft that with the cartridge. Now it's a flat cannon with a fuse. And last but not least, we're going to make a tracer tip so that I can see what I'm shooting at. Blaze powder and glowstone. That's kind of... You might not want to make every single round have tracer tips, but you do get 4 of them, and the last thing I can do is craft that with the autocannon cartridge. Now I have a filled autocannon cartridge with a flak round, an impact fuse, and it's a tracer. So that is the process to make 1 autocannon cartridge. That's 1 shot. And then I just went ahead and spent like 30 minutes or something making the other 15 autocannon shots out of the cartridges that I had, which consumed a lot of my gunpowder. And more importantly, the time. To load the autocannon, I put the flat cartridges into this drawer. They go into a hopper, which puts, yeah, they go right into this hopper, and obviously into the autocannon. So now, if I were to start shooting this autocannon, I can blow stuff up. So that's enough of that for now. I don't want to waste my very valuable ammunition that is expensive to make and I don't have a factory for yet. But little did I know that on the next mining trip for the tunnel borer, I would be caught unawares and very grateful to have those 15 remaining autocannon rounds. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, you know what? Quick, you don't have the chance to do right now. I've got an autocannon on this thing, and it's got ammo in it. I think I know what I might be able to do. This might be sick if I can do this. Quick, turn this off. I need to stop the drilling. Stop the drilling. Shut it down. Shut it all down. Go fast. I'm getting run over, but it's fine. Go quickly. We going. We driving. We're zooming. We gotta go all the way back. All the way back. I'm running them all over. I don't know where I'm going. This is a terrible idea. I have a backup of the world though in case everything breaks. I'm still on. Let's go. Full speed! Literally everyone's probably gonna get killed by pirates while I'm doing this. I'm gonna have to load it back up or something. But if this actually works, this is gonna be so sick. Am I in range? Is the autocannon in range? Not quite, not quite, not quite, not quite. Go, 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 go. Ah, slightly farther, slightly farther. Come on. Dude, okay. Disassemble the train. Get up to the autocannon. Assemble the gun. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hit this. No, dude. I can kind of hit it. I'm out of ammo. Darn it. What did I even do? Did I, like, do anything? I think I blew up. I honestly didn't even blow much of it up. So in the end, I did load that back up, where instead of a pirate ship attack, it was simply a normal barbarian raid, and I continued on mostly peacefully digging my train path. Since this is back in time though, you can go watch the video before this one to see all that. The debacle with the pirates clearly highlighted the need for multiple fixed shoreline batteries covering the entire stretch of river in case of future pirate attacks, but that will have to wait, because I have no redstone. I have no redstone, because I used it all up in the last 2 videos making trains. Obviously, I'm not going to go mining in a game called Minecraft, but I will make a 3,000 block long railway to the distant Scarlet Mountains, a place absolutely full of redstone just waiting to be mined. But before I can set out, I need to make more rails and design a new machine capable of laying double lanes of track. Let's get started. Okay, Cat, not time to leave. We're not going to run people over again, not in the same way. Here, you can have your schedule back. We're past the dangerous area. Where is the cat going? This is not the schedule, you dingus. And we're dragging a colonist along with us. This is even... Where are you going? Oh. No way. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't think it's gonna be good. Alright, Cat, that's it. You're fired. We're finding a new one. This is the part where we don't run over a ton of people on the way back. Got it? Great. Now, you stay put. No more schedule. Right. So to prevent more people getting run over in the future, I'm gonna go ahead and build more walls around this, and hopefully it will prevent the colonists from getting onto the track whatsoever. Bruh. You're not supposed to go there. I've built up a hedge here, which is decorative, and also it should prevent colonists from trying to jump over the area. Instead, I'm going to add a couple new tunnels and some staircases in an attempt to direct them along less hazardous pathways. Here's a new tunnel, and I've even seen some colonists run through here as I was building it, which is a good sign. And I haven't seen anywhere near as many of them running across the railway, so it seems like the deterrent may be working. Ooh, yeah, sure, I'll take a palm sapling, thank you very much. What does palm wood look like anyways? Oh, that looks nice. If I'm gonna make a railway that is several thousand blocks long, how long do we need it anyways? Let's look this up. Right here, I'm gonna go to a biome called the Scarlet Mountains. And how far away is it again anyways? About 3,300 blocks away, but that's diagonally, so that's technically more than that. It's somewhere in this area. Up there. Anyways, I have about 200 tracks. Plus maybe a few thousand in the tunnel warp. Which is not enough, because I need to make 2 different train pathways there. Like 2 different rails. One for going, one for coming back. Not just one track. I have infinite iron nuggets here. The part that I don't have infinite of are the dark oak slabs. And getting them automated at all is going to be a big pain, because it's not easy to just make a spinny farm for the dark oak trees, because it's a 2x2 tree. So my options are a little bit limited. My current plan is to use 4 stationary deployers to replant saplings above them through a block, and then have some kind of mechanism that chops the tree down every so often above it. And then just use bone meal, I guess, to grow the tree. So if I put a bearing here, and then I put some chassis here, and then I put 3 different saws, I can have it kind of like rotate this way, and then it will cut, and then I can have it just move back out of the way. Oh look, my palm tree grew. That's really nice. Those leaves look good as well. Oh, I can make a smart or a sequenced gear shift, I think. That's actually going to be a lot easier to do than trying to use a basic one. Unfortunately, it would not be that easy, because it wasn't just as simple as having the sequence gear shift turn it 90 degrees and then turn it 90 degrees back. It just didn't really work for some reason like I thought it would. Here you can see some of the many iterations that I went through that failed. That is not 90 degrees. Why did it break 1? Dude, what is it doing? That's not 90 degrees. I finally figured out something that works. Instead of having this spinny thing, I just have an oscillating thing that goes back and forth. I don't even know if that... Maybe it's not the right time for this now. But essentially, it doesn't break that or do anything like that, but it can still break the tree that shows up. Then it gets rid of the sticks and the apples, because I just don't care. And then it puts the saplings back in, and hopefully they're getting distributed evenly, but probably not. And then if you go down here, there is a little sign area to make the dark oak, and then it turns it into dark oak slabs, throws it into here. And then there is a storage trim line that goes over here, and then enters into this spot here, and then this spot up here. Oh good, I finally solved the problem of the bone mill spammer thing, which was surprisingly difficult, but all that matters is it's working now. So I can take this bone meal from these crushers that I got bones from my mob farm, can put it in here, and start growing trees, and hopefully we're going to get thousands and thousands of dark oak slabs. While my rails are hopefully crafting, I'm trying to do a couple housekeeping things, like, I don't know, set up the loading unloading system for the tunnel bore, which I've now got hooked up to the freight train here. Technically, right now, it is loading gravel in, because there was about 80,000 gravel in my car here. It's not showing it right now, but it's still there. And I've also got the system that unloads random stuff from the tunnel bore, and you can see it's mostly in there. Cool thing is, there's now a spot where I can drive the freight train up and have it dump all the stuff from the tunnel bore into a new item vault that's stuck in the floor here. I don't know if this is going to be permanent, but it's pretty nice for right now. Why is the mending villager in my house above the crate mod area? Why are my villagers escaping? And why is this open? These are truly the important questions that will remain unanswered. The tavern is upgraded with the hope that it would add more beds, which it did not add more beds that I can tell, unfortunately. But it's fine because it looks good, and all these buildings will look better as they're upgraded. And over here, I actually changed this area. There's no like weird elevation changes and stuff. Instead, I just put a nice little strip of, I don't know, gardening right there. And then I've got a spot for the train station, which will show up here sometime in the future. Nice, and somebody just died somehow. But most importantly, the rail factory is still active, and we have a nice 8,700 dark oak tracks. I don't actually know if that's enough. I'm gonna assume that's enough. A new mission requires a new machine. While the tunnel bore over there is awesome for making giant tunnels, sometimes I need a similar function that doesn't make gigantic tunnels, but more specifically lays 2 lines of track at one time and can clear a small amount of stuff in front of it. And it's also meant to be a lot smaller and less laggy for extended use than the giant tunnel bore. And I've got a schematic, so let's go get this built on my world. Here we go. This shouldn't have anywhere near as many materials as these other things, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I think I spoke too soon because it needs 25 blocks that need electron tubes when each one of those needs 8 redstone. And I don't know how much redstone that is. Let's just say I think it's probably a little bit more than 2 redstone dust. So, yeah. Given that I'm trying to, like, I don't know, make a railway to some mountains where I can mine redstone, it's a little unfortunate that I'm gonna have to, like, go run around underground in lame caves to find this redstone. Oh, thank goodness. With 52 to spare. Imagine if that wasn't enough. Oh my god. I hope I never have to make these again. Good grief. That is not fun. But that's also all the stuff that I needed. So let me get some gunpowder. Here we go. Yay, there we go, all done. Alright, let's get this thing doing something. So it needs stuff. It needs rails, obviously. It needs a lot of rails. So let me go get that, box, that bin thing. None of those are the right word. Let's get that drawer that has all the rails in it. Nice, look at that. 11,500. And let me assemble this thing. For now, it's just going to be called something like track layer. Feel free to suggest stuff down in the comments, and I'll see what I can do with that. In fact, I think we need to select one of those names for the cat pretty soon. The new conductor. Oh yes, and of course we want to make sure that none of these things are active right now, because I don't want this thing to do massive damage to other stuff on the way out. Nice. So there's almost 10,000 tracks in here, which is awesome. So let me make this train station go away and start driving. But I'm gonna drive backwards in order to pick up gravel at the factory at the same place where the freight train picks up gravel, because I made it compatible. So that's about 50,000 gravel apparently. Yeah, so I'm not actually going to turn this on now, because this is not going to be a double track, because the other track is going to be an underground one, which will be another video at some point. But here we are, where it's all going to start. 3,200 blocks to the Scarlet Mountains. The limitations of this machine include it can't make turns on its own, and it can't do slopes. Anytime I have to move up or down in elevation or turn, I have to do it myself. And that's going to be kind of tricky, especially in this area, because it's so hilly and I have to go kind of around here. Then once I get to unexplored areas, I'm going to explore all the way to the mountains before I try to lay more track. Here we go. Let's do the first little bit of our new pack. So I'm going to start by... I don't want this fast. We'll start by having the rollers on and the drills on for sure. And start moving out. Makes it very easy to deal with stuff like trees like this. Oh my god, I'm literally going to add like a cheat command block that has like some kind of sacrifice thing, so I can like sacrifice diamonds or something to turn the rain off. This is getting insane. Okay, start the deployer. Bro, what the heck is that? What the heck is that? Oh, what is this terrible track lane? What? I don't know if that's gonna correct itself. I think it's only an issue when it's diagonal, so... Which is actually bad, given that it's basically straight diagonal the whole time. That sucks. If it's gonna be like that the whole time. Nice. That should be plenty far. That's basically 2 stacks at once. And it's a little bit steep, I mean... But... roller coasters are cool, right? I don't know about the inventory of this thing, but my inventory is full of lavender, which is kind of insane. I've explored the total distance from where I was, which was like about here at the end of this hill, all the way up northeast, several thousand blocks to the Scarlet Mountains, and I've stuck down a waystone where I need to get to. And the great thing is, I can actually just go diagonally on this track for the entire time until I hit the mountain, in which case I'll have to follow the mountain a little bit, and I think that'll look pretty cool. It's especially nice because kind of once you get across this river here, the land is quite flat for a long time. This is all mostly flat up until you get to like the Yellowstone area, and then you get into some hills, then there's another big river. So there's quite a few opportunities for epic looking bridges, which we will not have time for today, but I look forward to getting to make. Only 1,500 blocks away. I'm approaching the last river and the start of the big slope upward. Look at this. This bridge is gonna look so cool once there's a wait, there's a village there. Well, that village is gonna have a great view of whatever bridge we end up getting to put here, but man, this is gonna look sick, I think. Boom, there's our track across the canyon, the river valley, and up into the foothills of the mountains, which is basically what this is here. Although there seems to be a small 1.17 themed house here for some reason, in the way, which means I have no particular problem with annihilating it with the train. This next track is awfully steep, and I'm not sure if I like that. Instead of making this straight line, I could try to follow a more gradual curve this way. Getting through this forest is definitely kind of tricky, but I think it's going to be one of the more fun parts of the train ride once it's done. Here's the snow. I'm almost at the snow border, which means I'm almost there. In fact, that waystone, which is where I need to go, is only about 500 blocks away. Look, right in front of us, you can actually see the Crimson Mountains. It's already right there. Technically, I've already reached it, you could say. Not that I'm quite to the right spot. That is still about 400 blocks away, but I'm almost there. This last part has definitely been the hardest, managing to get it up along the super steep mountain to the very end. I'm on my second attempt actually right now, and then seems to be creating a secondary gravel mountain for the other track. And which is not ideal, especially how much the gravel is getting turned into items and being wasted. Oh, it's all despawning. Why are there so many of them? For the first time, the tunnel track layer digger thingy, it's on the other track facing the other direction because I completed a loop all the way back here. Where the track splits, goes through this tunnel, but then it goes out here and it can turn around, which is just splendid. Just in case, I should probably make the system to be able to turn trains around and go back on the same track if they... Bruh. The redstone mine, the redstone quarry factory portion is all going to be over here and built into the mountain, especially overhanging these tracks. And I can start working on that just as soon as I actually finish the other line of rails because, well, probably less than half of it is actually done given how much of it is diagonal or sloped or curved. So I'm going to have to go and do that manually by hand starting right over there. And then we'll try out the track from beginning to end. Oh yes, let's not forget, I need to name that cat. Well, the new cat, not the one that I fired for running over colonists. We're gonna name the new cat who is the conductor of my freight train. And I need to name the freight train itself, but I got some suggestions. So one of the suggestions I got is Sir Topham Cat, based off the name of the conductor from the Thomas the Tank Engine show. There's the train. I had parked it in this tunnel out of the way because I don't have a proper rail yard yet. But I did see people suggesting that I make a train hangar at some point, so we'll see. Okay, here we go. You know, it's a black cat. You know, man, that kind of fits like the top hat kind of thing. I feel like that's a pretty good name, actually. So somebody suggested a amazingly funny name that because it's a freight train and it moves stuff around, they suggested to name it the Loco Mover. So that is now its new name, the Loco Mover. Behold. But now the cat's named, the train is named. Let's go take this for a test drive on the railway. Ready, cat? Ready to go? Let's get rid of the speed limit. And here we go. That looks pretty cool. We're up on the side of a giant mountain. Well, let's go through the tunnel. Hopefully we don't die. In the last video, I built a mountain railway to a place absolutely full of redstone. A place just waiting for a huge mining operation. So today, my plan is to set up just that. I need to dig a big quarry in the Redstone Mountains and build a facility to automate redstone, complete with a freight train loading station. Once I'm all done, I can finally stop complaining about a redstone shortage. Finally, I got a guy that will sell me looting. That took forever. But hey, it's villagers, that's to be expected. And why am I getting looting anyways? Well, it's actually very necessary in a roundabout way, because I'm gonna need a lot of blaze rods, which may also seem strange, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, but I'm not paying 18 emeralds, so no. You are gonna have to go into the zombificator. And now, we wait. Awesome, look at, as I hoped, I just upgraded the sawmill to level 2 and I got 20 recipes that I can do now, instead of just 10. This is perfect. Epic. Now what are you gonna do? Nice. 1 emerald. Give me all those. Very good. Here, I guess I can let you out now. No. Go away. Why are you here? Where do you even think you're going? Okay, good. Here we are, in the foothills. Well, no, these are not the foothills. This is near the top of the Scarlet Mountains, in a space that is shortly going to become a very nice-looking redstone quarry. The quarry will be somewhat decorative, but it will house the cobblestone generator because, well, we're playing Create Mod, and Create Mod seems to be taking after the old mantra of cobblestone equals life. But it's going to be a little bit tricky because, right off the bat, making redstone requires you to have netherrack automated and potion of strength automated, which means blaze rods automated. You probably now understand why I wanted a looting sword and was mentioning blazes. But the fun part doesn't end there. Netherrack is not actually easy to automate in any large amount. It is quite annoying. Like, you either need andesite and netherwort, and the other alternative involves making potions of healing and cobblestone. Cobblestone is very easy. Health potions are not, because glistering melons take gold. And if you want to automate gold, well, you're going to have to do a bunch of stuff. You're going to have to do red sand, granite, and then quartz and diorite. Quartz takes, of course, soul sand, which takes gravel, so more cobblestone. Basically, I can turn cobblestone, blaze rods, netherwort, and melons into redstone. Did you get all that? Probably not. I don't know if I did either. But we got to get started, because that's kind of a lot to do. was a lot of digging. And there's more to do. However, I also need cyan dye for cyan terracotta. Oh boy. So the way I can get this more easily than normal is by crushing random warped or twisted things from the nether, and then I can get cyan dye instead of having to deal with the cactus farm, which honestly I probably should make, but I don't really want to do that right now. Maybe later. Ooh, here we go. Grab all this stuff. You know, there's lots of this lying around here anyways without me bone mealing it. I really did not mean to bring this much bone meal. Vastly overestimated. Here we go. And look at all that cyan dye. No cactus farm required, even though that would still be a good idea at some point. So I haven't found a mesa anywhere. And why is there not a mesa anyways? What the heck? I guess I'll just have to go to one of the other many biomes with terracotta that is not a mesa. Oh shoot, this is like one level of stuff. Oh no, this is no good. Sweet, I got a ton of terracotta. This is going to be a little bit tricky. So to explain kind of what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to build some support walls around parts of these areas. Not the whole thing. Just a little bit here, a little bit back there, and some stuff over here where I cleared out a big area. And then also along this train track, at least part of the way. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to actually redecorate this so that it's not mostly snow and stone. It's going to be mostly, well, netherrack and also crimsite, which I have a bunch of in a backpack somewhere. And once that's all done, I'm going to have to start on the facility, the loading area for the trains, stuff like that, so I can start building the automation. The big pit, the mega pit, has been completed decoratively, something like that. It needs its functionality still, which is the minecart rail from somewhere over here that, I should say train track rail that goes up to deliver cobblestone with a little train, because that seems like it'd be kind of a cool idea. But that's not quite the highest priority. The highest priority is actually going to design a hopper train car, because I need to know how big it's going to be, how high it's going to be, so that I know how to build the stuff over here. Because I'm basically ready to start building the facility. I have some, well, ideas. I have a block palette roughly figured out, but I definitely need to do the stuff over here. I want to get the supports built, the kind of bridge stuff built with all the girders. Honestly, I'm probably going to make it the same height as the boxcar. It just seems like a good idea, but I still want to go make a design just so that I know what I'm doing. And yes, I'm building an entire new freight car design just for this area so that it can be loaded from the top and then items out the bottom, hence the hopper car. There's our hopper car. Looking pretty good. It's actually smaller than the other one, so I'm glad I went and did this. It's smaller only in that it's technically a block smaller, or 5/16 of a block smaller. But of course we have in here several large vaults. There's 2 of them. If we look down here, we've got the storage ports, but they're on the bottom because it's going to take stuff in from the top, put it out the bottom. Technically, it could go either way. I mean, they're not directional, but that's how I'm gonna configure it, because it's a hopper car. It's meant to be cool and realistic. So the 8th block up from what the track is placed on, that's where the interface goes, and that's what I need to clear. So we are good to go back. Oh good, I can just phase through the train apparently, and not cause problems. So I am here to simply put gravel down onto the tracks. Oh yes, I forgot, from the last video it was recommended to me that I name this machine here Lay's, not to be confused with the brand of chips. I've made a radical decision when it comes to building the rest of the stuff here that will actually enable me to get this all done in time for this video. If I hadn't done this, it would not have worked. And that would be no good, because then this wouldn't go on Friday, assuming this actually is on Friday. Time will tell. But what I've done is I went ahead and actually designed the entire complex for here and for here in creative mode, literally just on a copy of this world. I just built it in creative so I could design it quickly and easily. And well, whenever I do that, I end up with, where am I going? I end up with schematics Right, so schematics. I have one schematic that is the minecart. This is a very small schematic. I need this. Then I have a schematic that is called part1.nbt. Oh yeah, and somebody said I should do this to my storage drawers. I should hit them with a quantify key, which I didn't know even existed until somebody said there was such a thing. So I think what it will do is display item counts like on the texture of the drawer. So let's see how this works. Oh yeah, you actually can see it. That's cool. Thank you for that suggestion. I didn't really know that existed. I just hadn't really bothered to go and investigate. And yes, I do have 14,000 snow blocks, because why wouldn't I? Oh, here we go. You know it's bad when the schematic takes a long time to load. It's never a good sign. Give me part 2. This might not be very fast either. Nice. I have 3 schematics. Let's go deploy them. Honestly, I should probably just do the big one first. Part 1. We'll do it in order. We will do it in order. Look at that schematic border. That is going to be... Oof. Get ready for some lag. No. No, I gotta try to line this up somehow. Let me go find a point of reference. So let's see, here is the main part of the building. And it's not actually like so crazy that the schematic normally would freak out. It's because the schematic, because this is all diagonal, it includes like a massive amount of stuff in the back of this hill. Even though that's already there, I don't really know how that's going to work. Hopefully it's not going to cause problems. Let's put that away, stop lagging, get a material checklist, and then I want to go make another schematic cannon. Actually, can I make it right now? No, I need to go back. But I want to make another one, and then I want to put down the part 2, which is the very long part that goes over here. You know, I could plot the schematic down now, and then I'll go make the cannon. So this thing extends all the way over here, and I'm gonna have to clear out some more of this annoying junk, which is never fun. I don't think the cannon will do that for me. Obviously, I have to collect resources for this stuff as well, but I didn't use anything too crazy. Well, I've collected everything minus the stuff that goes in the frame blocks, which is always a pain. So that's awesome. I can start building, but I'm not going to because I need to go find out what this thingy needs over here. Oh boy. Let's print up a new checklist and take a look. Oh boy, 5 pages. Oh my gosh. 1,300 iron sheet metal. I think I have that, but not by much. Everything over there is ready to go, and everything here is ready to go, so let me just make sure we're not going to skip missing blocks. Oh, replace solid with empty. No, I should replace solid with empty, which might mean I might don't have to dig that out myself. So let's start this building. Hopefully this is going to work properly. And go. Place the blocks. Yeah, look at that. Replace solid with empty. Don't skip. And go. Hope I don't die while I'm in this tunnel. Some bad things have happened in here as I've been building it. But importantly, the complex is complete. Well, the exterior is complete. And I think it looks pretty sick, especially combined with this over here. Not quite sure what I want to do with the overhang yet. I'm still thinking about it. But what I need to do right this moment now is set up some stuff. So I have underneath these big vaults, I need to figure out how to put these things here. I need to put the, oh my gosh, let me under there. I'm gonna have to move the train, aren't I? The station should be in the right spot, so when I pull the train in, it should line up everything. And it's gonna be the same dimensions as when I have the other cars anyways. And here we could see the ports. Come on, I can't reach it. No. There, I've got all the ports installed. Where did the wheels go here? That's slightly concerning. So if this is correct, then the trapdoor here is going to be the... Yup, it is perfectly lined up. Good job, Sir Topham Cat. Why are you injured, by the way? You need a health potion. I will try to get one for you soon. But this place is all empty. There's nothing here. There's no redstone automation. There's no netherrack automation. And I need to make the little railway that I already figured out. I have to build it here, which is going to be a pain. It has to go down there, and it's going to cart cobblestone from a cobble generator up to here. And then, like in a random pit down here that I have to dig, I'm going to put a tree farm. Oh, look, there's the wheels down there. Fascinating. I have to put a tree farm just to have an on-site fuel generator so that I can get charcoal, because there's blaze burners that need powering, plus it needs its own on-site power plant. Somewhere around here I need to put the small minecart train, somewhere in this cave. And here it is, in the flesh, so to speak. It's already delivering cobblestone, in fact, because I have also built the cobblestone generator, which is basically a carbon copy of the one from the iron farm, just a little bit smaller. Let me get in the train. It's a very small train, but I can drive it down here. Down my nice roller coaster track. To the very terrible cobblestone farm. Gonna speed this up by doing smart shoots so that it takes out a stack at a time instead of just 16. But I've also brought 16 eggs with me so that I can get a baby chicken. And now, here, come here. Come back. You are gonna be the new conductor of the train. Hopefully you're not gonna despawn if I don't name you. You shouldn't. But I've got a schedule here. So take the schedule. We got all the cobblestone. We're driving back. I don't have a seat now, which is a slight problem. So now that cobblestone is going, I'm going to set up that dumb tree farm in a big pit under here. And when I say tree farm, I also mean a carbon copy of the tree farm that I already have, just a smaller version, because I don't need that much wood or that much charcoal here. Oh, that's really cool. I had no idea you could do that with water wheels until now. Right, so let's make the power plant. This little trim line here contains the logs from down here, which are getting stuck into a thing now. Over here, we're gonna do the power plant. So let's put some blaze burners down. Ow. And I need to use water wheels to get water in here because, well, you never know. It has to be self-sustaining. This is way easier than normal since I can put these on their sides and then make them into almost turbines. I just have to speed it up enough to get the pump going fast enough. This is all I'm really going to need in order to make charcoal here. Nothing terribly fancy. Here we go. Now we've got charcoal, and the mechanical arm can grab it and put it in the blaze burners, and best of all, the arm is powered by the same water wheels as the pump. So now that I've got power, I'm ready to be able to start making red sand to make gold, which means granite, diorite, nether quartz, mainly nether quartz, so we can start crushing our cobblestone. And then in there, this open area, I can put netherwort farms and melon farms, which I'm gonna go do right now. The tower has stuff in it now. You can't really tell from the outside. Actually, that's not true. You can kind of tell from the outside. It's got 4 spinny farms, which are not really fully planted yet. This is a melon one. This is also a melon one. You can see I have 2 entire melons. We're pretty good. We've got a lot of melon right now. And then we've got another wort one, and then another wort one again, which has, I don't know, it's like half full. So while that works, I can go ahead and do some other stuff. Check it out. It's the sand maker, which takes cobblestone and runs it through 2 crushing wheels, one to turn into gravel and one to turn into sand. And then it deletes the flint, stores the sand and the clay. Now it just needs to be washed and turned into nether quartz in a little bit. Here it be, the big washing haunting area. That's actually what it's called when you use blue fire. You haunt the sand into soul sand, and then it gets turned, it gets washed into nether quartz. And you actually get some gold out of that, which is nice. Not a lot, but it'll help toward making glistering melons later. And I even get so much quartz that I'm going to haul it back to my base separately in its own freight car for other stuff later. Next up, I'm going to use that quartz and cobblestone to craft diorite, and then use more quartz to make granite, which is what this thing over here is going to do, or at least this thing's going to make diorite. I just have to make some storage trim lines and systems to bring that stuff over here, because I'm not using belts, they're too laggy. So we're getting there. All this is just, it's the gold automation. That's what it is. I've got gold going over here, which is nice. You can kind of see I've got the granite mixer, which mixes up a stack of granite. Then it sends out the stack and crushes it into a stack of red sand, and then it washes it here, dumps out the dead bushes, and then it puts the gold into here, and it combines it with the gold from the quartz creation. So all I really have to do now is bring some cobblestone and that gold over to here, and I combine the gold with that to create the glistering melons for the healing potions, and that's how I get netherrack. Speaking of which, it's potion time, my least favorite time. I don't really like doing fluid automation with this stuff, mainly the pumps, but anyways, I have to have several basins, one for making awkward potion, one for healing, and one for strength. And unfortunately, they all need heated blaze burners, which is possibly the most annoying part. The left-hand one I'm going to make healing potion in, I'm going to bring it over to these spouts so that that'll make the netherrack, then the other one can be for the strength potion. Since I already did the charcoal automation, it was just a matter of making a storage drawer line over here, and then adding a mechanical arm in order to stick it in all the blaze burners. So we're full of water. That may need to be sped up as well. Although, actually, not a problem. Yeah, I've got the rotational speed controller, and it is not at the maximum speed yet, so... Nice, look at that. We got awkward potion. And somehow now, right here, I have to get glistering melons to the right spot. Thank goodness for this feature of connecting the back of the crafters to join all the inventories. This is actually going to be the easiest out of all of them, probably. Yeah, pretty much. It's directly under the melon output, and one additional line of storage drawers later with the gold, and we are making glistering melons. Is it fast enough? Who knows? And we should make health potions. Yes. Yes. Look at it's filling up with health potions. This is perfect. That should bring in the cobblestone, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? I'm not. Look at that. Look at all that netherrack. Oh yeah, it's not going anywhere yet because I need another thingy over here to shoot. There, put that in there. Now it will produce a lot of netherrack. It looks like I'm keeping pace with the production as well, probably because it only uses 25 millibuckets per piece of netherrack. I think it's probably, can it craft glistering melons quickly enough? Is it going to produce gold quickly enough, actually? Or melons, for that matter. Or, honestly, I don't know what it's going to run out of first. Oh, it's going to stop. Good. So there's our cinder flower. This thing is going to fill up with several thousand cinder flower. And literally all that it doesn't have is blaze powder that goes in here. So how to do that? Well, put the blaze powder inside that. Power. And it will stick the blaze powder in there. So watch. Look at this. Look, there goes the strength potion. And it's creating redstone. Look at, we automated redstone. Let's go. all this crazy stuff here. And it's automated. Mostly. Last time I dug a quarry and built a facility in the mountains to automate redstone. Well, almost automated. I still need automatic blaze powder, so one of the first priorities is to make a quick blaze farm before moving on to filling out my rail network. From more tunnels to roundabouts, rail yards, and even a new freight train, I need to overhaul my existing railway infrastructure before I can begin shipping redstone back to my base. The very first thing I need to do, before anything else, is make chunk loaders. Because well, that thing is 3,000 blocks away. We're basically right here, here's home. And that thing is all the way up here. Chunk loaders don't seem very hard. I don't think I'm going to need very many. If this one does a 3x3 area, that's pretty good. It better not require fuel. If it does, I'm going to cry and I'm going to pound sand and I'm going to weep and gnash my teeth and it'll be horrible. So there's this convenient chunk loader map that you can use to access the chunks you have loaded. Looks like I'm probably going to need maybe 4 or 5 of them. So here I can actually see, I can just toggle these on or off, whichever I want. That's pretty convenient. Even though I may not have redstone being made all the time, it is very important that I keep up production of the other stuff because I'm loading netherrack and I'm loading, well, nether quartz onto those hopper cars that don't exist quite yet. I still have to get the items over to where they're going to be loaded onto the cars though, and that's where these big pipes come in, but they need a little bit of work still. I really should have done this from the beginning. That, you know, and I even meant to do that. Then it kind of slipped my mind while I was building. Then I was like, oh, I'm going to go do the schematic and started building. I totally forgot to put this in ahead of time. And now I'm stuck doing this. That was quite a bit more annoying than I thought. But I have trim lines to go through the pipes and bring the items with no belts or anything all the way to these giant vaults. All 3 of the loading areas are getting their stuff now. The redstone's getting their stuff. The nether quartz is getting their stuff. They've already got 20,000 nether quartz, and we should see it continue to tick up in real time. That's the fastest production. And we have nether rack. Now that this is just gonna do its thing for a while and make nether quartz forever, I need to go get the blaze rod stuff done if I ever want to have redstone. I mean, that is the whole point. Right now it's just a glorified nether quartz and nether wart farm. This is gonna be extremely simple. I have a great plan for this. I'm not even gonna build a minecart rail. As suggested, I'm gonna go to another fortress, and just like how I moved all the mob spawners to get over to my mausoleum. Oh wait, I need 1 rail, don't I? Oops, can you just hold on for a second? I have things to do. Just chill out. Everybody calm down. I have to craft some rails. You can't really hurt me very much. Can you stop? Sheesh. Put a little minecart here, put a lever, and let's see. Do I need to change some settings? A mystical force is binding it to the world. That is so unfortunate. Let's change that right now. Where is it? Movable spawners, no pickup, unmovable, movable. That's what we wanted. Thank you for that suggestion. This is a great idea. I would have had to do this anyways to get it through another portal, unless they changed some stuff from last time. But yeah, I actually did this last year, only I built a giant minecart rail only to pick it up to put it through the portal anyways. So to save time, I'm just going to pick it up right now. And if there is another one around here, I will also pick it up. But if not, I don't really need that many. It'll probably be fine without. Hello, can I have your skull, please? Please and thank you. Darn. So what, is that the only spawn? No, there's another spawner. Yoink.
Very good, very good. Now it is time to make a blaze farm. I'm not sure why I have turned into Palpatine. It's probably just because it's late at night and I am tired.
Now that I'm no longer super tired, we can go ahead and build the blaze farm down here, somewhere under my floor. We're gonna have a basement, I guess, and put the blaze farm there so that it's always active. For some reason, I didn't really make a plan for a basement staircase when I was designing this house. Here, you can see I'm gonna try to build it right in the middle because it's gonna be directly under where I stand most of the time. Actually lined up pretty nicely to make an exit onto one of the tunnels from my basement. And it's like Grand Central Station down here. All the guards suddenly feel the need to come racing down to investigate all the time just because I made a little doorway and they're like, ooh, new spot to go to, And look, maybe they're right to be worried because I'm about to put blazes down here. Oh, and of course they're stuck now. I need to put glass in. Get up. I'm gonna make some fans here because this blazes water's not really gonna work. And I'm going to use the fans to waft the blazes as far away from me as possible so I don't have to listen to them dying all the time. So I'm going to waft them over into this corner where I'm going to have a deployer just sticking out of the floor. Basically, the phases through the floor and wax them with a looting sword, and it should be very epic. Darn. All the fans and the deployers in place. Unfortunately, using a steam engine. Couldn't get away with not using one. Just need to make an easy way to drop swords to that deployer. Then I can put the spawners in. Put a pit in my floor right here. And dig this down. And I'll put a hopper here and put brown carpet. Then I can chuck those swords into there. And now we can see that it has a sword in its hand. So I am all good. There's one spawner. And last one. Great, there's our 2 spawners. Let me get rid of this and get out of here. I have to use crushing wheels to make the blaze powder, so that's kind of the last step before I transmit the items via a wireless ender chest all the way to the Redstone Mountains. Whoa, look how much experience you get. This is gonna be actually a really good XP farm. I can make crushing wheels faster now, and I have the ability to make item transmitters. Kind of. Well, here we go. Let's see how this works. So you only get 1 of these per crafting as well, which is, well, it's a little expensive, but hey, it's wireless item transfer. It's supposed to be expensive, I guess. Especially in this kind of mod pack, which is vanilla-ish. Nice. Great, we have our item transmitters. I'm gonna go build the crushing wheels. so that I can make it into blaze powder. And believe it or not, we're gonna have redstone. Automated. This is actually my most genius setup yet, I dare say. Look at this, we've got 2 water wheels down here. We're gonna put these casings here, and then a crushing wheel, and a crushing wheel, and I will actually, oh shoot. So apparently this has networks, and you have to just choose one out of 10, and then you can add a name. I guess I'll just name it blaze powder. I feel like there should be a slot for an item or something. Oh look, see, there it goes. Item transmitter, it has 64 blaze powder in it. And put down my new item transmitter, my second one, and we want blaze powder. Nice, look, it already did it. It already grabbed it. There's blaze powder in here. It put it in here. It worked just like that. That was literally it. We actually see redstone is ticking up now, which is awesome. I'm in the middle of a field a little ways away from my base, trying to plan out very important things now for the future of this entire area. The next step is to build that other freight train to bring stuff back from the Scarlet Mountains. But then that will mean that I have 2 freight trains plus a tunnel board plus the track layer machine. And we don't even have a passenger train or anything else yet. That's a lot of trains. And, well, they need somewhere to sit when they're not in use. So what I really need is a rail yard in order to hold, well, unused trains or just trains that are waiting around. And that requires a ton of space, relatively speaking. I mean, because the average train is like 110 or 120 blocks long. So I've kind of got a plan that is much easier to visualize, which I'll draw out right now so you can see, than to just try to purely explain for where all this is going to go and how it's going to work. And I want probably at least 7 train lines here, like 7 track lanes that I can store stuff in. And I remember when I first found this field, I was like, oh, look at this giant flat area. I can put so much stuff here. Now I'm like, the whole thing's going to be a rail yard. There's this track, which is good. It's the one that goes back to the return tunnel. And now I'm trying to make the very first line of the rail yard. You know what? I'm actually just fine to build this over here where I had originally started putting this stuff. I don't need to do it this far over. And I can still fit basically 9 tracks over here. Look at the best rail yard. It's the best one you've ever seen. Undoubtedly, everyone says it's the best. It's not even finished. But hey, I think it's time for a tunnel bore. My favorite part. I've been looking forward to doing this. I haven't been able to use the tunnel bore in a little while. But I am going to now use it to, well, clear out the area here. So let me show you on the map. It's easier. This track right here is where trains are going to go this way. Then they're going to loop around, and then they can enter any one of the parking areas. And then when trains want to leave, they just go down this track through a tunnel that doesn't exist yet. And then if they want to leave from this loop, and they don't have to do all that, they can just go off this little track here. Or this terrible squiggly thing. Boris is back and ready for some mining. I'm going all the way to the start of the next tunnel. That's my plan. Might as well while I've got the tunnel bore out anyways. Well, you know, while I'm here... I said I was gonna just start digging the tunnel and drive this way a little bit, but while I'm here I could just go all the way to the end. If I really wanted to, I could then go from the end all the way over to where it actually needs to go, around here and then up to here. Oh boy. Yeah, this is the part where I decided to switch my plans for this video from building a giant manufactory to building a giant rail network instead. But the manufactory will be next time. But fine, I guess if I'm gonna actually do this today, then I need to come over to the mausoleum, because that's, well, where there's going to be an underground train station. And so what I need to do now is figure out exactly where I want it to be, because that will determine where I need to send the tunnel before it goes up the mountain and that way. I think probably like 20 blocks back would be good. I just need room for some loading tanks and stuff like that. Here, look at this. I finally made the turn all the way from the mausoleum. I brought, well, I dug a little tunnel so I know where I'm going. Made the turn around past this cave to the original tunnel. Going strong. I actually broke out into daylight. You can see right in that little crevice there. I realize now I'm gonna have to do something quite a bit different with the way this is set up. The problem is it's not even a full roundabout. If it were a full loop, a full roundabout, then we'd be in business, but it's not. And I can't very easily make it one. Somehow I have to accommodate the entering of 2 sloped diagonal tunnels, or tracks with tunnels leading into this roundabout and getting onto the right rails. I'm actually measuring this to make sure I get it right and it's not just lame and not lined up and not the same number of blocks. After some readjustments, I finally have it working the way I wanted, because the first iteration, it was also a circle, but it was too small, meaning that I couldn't actually have other tracks connect diagonally. But now there's literally one space where they can connect diagonally, which is perfect. And yes, I did make sure that it all lines up correctly with this thing in the middle now. Essentially what I'm going to do is go in reverse from here and go out in this direction until I can hit that tunnel. I'm going to be honest, first try, line that up perfectly. 10 blocks diagonally out for every block down. And look at how close that is. It is about as perfect as I could hope for. They're my 2 tracks, diagonal slope tracks that go very gradually up to the roundabout. And now, well, all I need to do is just drive the tunnel bore up and down a couple times, and then we'll be all good to go. I'm back at the redstone plant, and there is some good news and there's also some bad news. The good news is I have 14,700 redstone. That's pretty darn good, not gonna lie. And I also have 60,000 nether quartz, and yeah, that's quartz. And then I have 45,000 netherrack. Bad news is I have too many melons. I seem to be making way more than I need, and I seem to be making slightly less nether ore than I need, and probably slightly less gold than I need. But also then again, there's like an awful lot of glycerin melons saved up. Anyways, what I'm really here to do, I don't really need to do anything. I don't have to do anything with this. It's fine. It's still gonna make stuff. I'm here to take my train back home because it has a parking place now. All the way in my new rail yard, I have a parking spot. Oh yeah, and in the last video, I mentioned that my cat, Sir Topham Cat, was injured for some reason. Well, this might help a little bit. Yay, full health. Perfect. Okay, Topham Cat, time to leave. Well, time to try out the new path that we've got here. We're gonna go through the proper tunnel this time. So let's just see, is this gonna actually fit? It would be so awkward if this thing didn't fit. Okay, that's about as far as it can go. What does it look like? Does it fit? Yeah, it does actually, with quite a bit of room to spare. Well, good. Now there's only another 8 of these lines that I have to make with the tunnel bore. But it's good to know that this one's all in order. Good job, guards. Good job. Get him. Yeah. Oh, get him. Get him. Nice job. It's so nice having so many guards now that they can actually kind of do some stuff on their own. They don't need me to babysit them. Oh, not again. This is why I need to move that, which I'm gonna do here really soon.
My tree farm has claimed many a victim in this series.
Bruh, that was the second one in like 2 minutes. Topham Cat. Oh, I guess I could probably give you a schedule back. I'm just gonna need to make it so it goes to the parking spot most of the time. Also, you can go a maximum of 25% speed. We're gonna try to minimize colonist casualties if they do get on the track. Okay, but most importantly, we need to go to a new station. We need to go to parking spot 1. Yes, go to parking spot 1 and then wait. I can wait for literally an hour. I mean, we'll change that later maybe. But here you go, kitty. This is probably a terrible idea, letting the cat drive. Usually bad things happen. I'm gonna have to add train signals right away as well. Oh, there goes another colonist. There's a mob massacre in front of this train. Oh no, why is there a creeper there? Oh, there it is. It's gone now. Good job, Topham Cat. And I better add some train signals while I'm at it. There's a couple priorities now. I obviously need to make another train, which is one of the most important things this video, so they can bring stuff back from my redstone plant and all the other stuff there. I also need to move that tree farm and make it bigger.
How would I do that first?
Alright, here we go. Get rid of this thing. I'm gonna move it from right here to probably right there. Somewhere nearby, and I'm gonna add another one. I'm gonna double it, because I'm not actually making enough wood yet. You could think of it as the second version of the definitely temporary tree farm that we're definitely gonna get rid of sometime. Oh, my train said a red signal. No wonder it wasn't going anywhere. I was like, it's been way more than an hour, hasn't it? Yeah, it has. That's because my track lane machine Lays over there is busy taking up the entire train signal. Once I add this next station, I'm pretty sure it's gonna add... when I add this, it should trigger the train to start moving. Yeah, there it goes. Well, good luck, Topham Cat. It's your first solo train ride. That was a whole lot more building than I planned to do right now. But I'm glad I did, because there's been all this kind of stuff just piling up that I have been meaning to do for a while, and I was like, well, I don't know when I'm gonna get to this, but it seemed like a good time. So I decorated the yard here. I still went ahead and built a bunch of different like log, plank racks and stuff like that, so it can hold that and looks cool. It's obviously just decorative there. But it's a whole lot better than just plain green grass and like a random palm tree. Although I'm glad that I got the palm tree from the Wandering Trader, because I've actually been enjoying sticking them around. They look really cool. So I even put a bunch of them over here, which I think looks nice. Right here we've got the unloading station for the hopper train, where it's going to dump redstone and stuff off for the big manufactory here. So now all I need to do is obviously build the hopper train, and I also kind of want to put some dirt underneath the floating parts of the rail yard, and maybe even try to decorate the tunnel if I have time. Oh yeah, and I think I can add Nixie tubes on top of rail signals, which I need a lot more of. Let's try that. Apparently you can just do that, so that's cool. Although why is it white and not green anyways? Is it supposed to be? Maybe it's just not supposed to be green, but I don't know why, but I imagined it would be green. Time to grab some schematics. I'm going to use the same locomotive and the same tender that I did last time, maybe just a little bit different color scheme. And then I'm going to have 3 of the hopper cars. 2 schematic cannons at one time should make quick work of this build. Hopper train is all done. 3 hopper cars, one zombie, and then the same locomotive and tender, just with a different accent color, which I don't actually know if I like yet. I may end up reverting that to brass or something else. And we're gonna assemble the train. What should we name the train? For now, it's just gonna be hopper train, but let me know down in the comments what you think I should name it. Here's where I need to go. I actually have been seeing the other train taking this track because it's slightly shorter for some reason when it's pathfinding on its own. But yeah, it looks like all of the hopper cars at least are going to be able to fit just fine within the whole building. I guess I'd better find myself a train conductor and some more train signals and train stations before I can head on over to the Scarlet Mountains to pick up my redstone. I really need a jetpack. Like, I literally cannot do more of this without a jetpack. There are jetpacks, right? And they better let you hover. If they can't, for some reason, I'm gonna have like a freak out, and it's gonna be very sad. And yeah, anyways, I can't really do more now. I am running out of materials and time. So while this tunnel does look cool, and I built this little part for you to see here, the rest of it is gonna have to wait till in between videos probably. Also, I am once again accepting cat conductor names. Oh, here it is. We need a new name for this cat conductor, and I am going to name a cat conductor Tama at some point, which was a suggestion from the first video where I asked, but it needs to be a calico cat, and I don't have a calico cat. This is an orange cat, so orange cat names are welcome. Let's do the thing that everybody's been waiting for, at least I've been waiting for. You are the conductor of this train. Here is a train station schedule that will take us to the Scarlet Mountains. We are moving out. Okay, cat. Unnamed conductor. Let's hope well, not you. Hope I did this right. Let's see. Oh, yep. Look at it linked. Look at, there's redstone going in. You can already see it. That is awesome. This car is getting filled with redstone. The one behind it is getting filled with quartz. Then the one behind that, the last one, is getting filled with netherrack. All of which is going to be put to good use in the next video. But that is where we're going to have to end this video. Next time, I'm going to build the manufactory that I kind of laid the foundations for. We're going to need this redstone, we're going to need this quartz, we're going to need kind of all the materials I've been making so far. And in the video after that, I'll need the netherrack to make a gunpowder factory. And you know what that means. I just upgraded my railway, so now I can easily bring home my freight train carrying 80,000 redstone. Home to where I need to build a manufactory, because crafting everything from crate mod by hand is really slow and annoying. So, my plan for today is to pool together all my resources, including the new redstone, to automate as much stuff as possible in a huge manufactory building. By the way, I seem to be accumulating a lot of schematics from this world, things like the tunnel bore and the trains, so I decided to put them on my Patreon in the shop tab, where you can get the builds for yourself if you're interested. Need to unmute my microphone. I need that jetpack. I need to fly now. Haha. One of the easier jetpacks I've seen in modded Minecraft to make, if I'm being honest. Also, isn't there like a toolbox for crate mod or something? I've been using this bee backpack like a toolbox, and I feel like there actually is a toolbox. Might have to look at that. The brass jetpack seems to be the best when it comes to armor, so I guess I'll do that one. I have to make a steam engine and wear it on my back. Oh good, I did it first try. It's going to come over to my big crafting wall, and I guess need to get rid of a bunch of these spaces. Cool, so that's going to make a jetpack. And it needs fuel to operate. Water, apparently. Now, can it use water from my large filling tank? Yeah, it can. That's perfect. I'd also like to file a complaint that you can't fill this thing up from spouts, and you can't take it out of cauldrons. Why is it like this? Okay, cool. So it literally functions the exact same way as the mine control. That's good to know. But how does it work? Just like that, I fly and hit my head on the ceiling. How about hovering? Oh, so you have to do both. And then it hovers. So at least we can hover. I have to sit here and I have to hold down spacebar and crouch. This will certainly make building the train tunnel a whole lot easier. I've done what I often do and just go ahead and switch to creative mode, in a different world of course, and build what I need to build there first and make several schematics of this. Behold, I have two buildings that we need to go and make in survival. I've got this building here, which is the design for, I guess, the other sawmill train pickup area. I don't really know exactly what it's going to be. I did redo the inside as well a little bit. I added an actual proper power plant, which is not working right this moment just because they're in outfield. It's fine, it's fine. It'll be fine in the other world, trust me. And there's lots of room for other stuff, and I did kind of clean up the power transmission. It is kind of a fun thing. It's not fully developed, but like it's got big doors that you can put down where it'll close off the train track basically if you want to. But I'm really happy with how this building turned out. I think it looks good. I'm glad that I found the pearl bricks, and it ends up looking pretty nice with the other stuff. Plus, I'm a massive fan of that particular glass block. But then if we go on over here, this is the huge building. It's the big main manufactory, which will include some sawmill stuff at some point. We'll kind of get to that later on, but it's definitely necessary. This, I don't really know where this came from, like this design. It just kind of, I don't know, showed up in my head as I was thinking about it. I had this weird idea to just have like a big overhang over this train track here. And so trains, this is the outside rail, obviously, that I built this in the last video, but trains can just go through here and they can fit under here. But I also wanted to have big windows with supports so that while you're inside here, like just anywhere on the inside, you can just look out, you can see the palm trees, you can even see the ocean, especially if you're higher up. So I'm really happy with how that turned out, and I added these big windows here so you're not in like a cave or anything. And it has a second story, which you can get to from this staircase here. You can get up to the second floor, and I even made it kind of an interesting shape here, so you can just go right out here. You could run all the way around, and there's like windows in here. I don't really know what I'm gonna do here. I probably can decorate it more in the other world, but it's just kind of like a fun little hidden area that I've got. And you got roof access. All in all, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm actually really happy with it. This is one of my favorite builds on this world now. And it does have these doors here that you can just slam down, I guess, if you want. I don't have the mechanism built yet. All that's going to be done in survival. So I've got my schematics. Let's go over to the other world and see just how much I'm going to suffer trying to get resources. I think when it comes to this building, at least, it's going to be a little bit brutal. Here comes the lag again. For some reason, it started out lagging on the other world, and after a while of playing on it, it just kind of went away. I've noticed that happening here, and I'm trying to avoid buying a like $5,000 computer right now if I can help it. But hey, I don't know. We'll see if it continues to cooperate or if it is gonna require an upgrade. Where do all my blueprints go? I don't get it. Okay, here are some of them. So this is gonna probably take a while. Oh look, it's already got building 1. Load that up for me. And this is the small building. This is not even the big building. It's probably gonna we're gonna get some real lag when I try to load that schematic. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering why there's a ton of stuff just stuck in my bookmarks, that's about all the stuff that I can think of right now that I want to automate. Although storage drawer components, trims, controllers, and storage slaves are definitely the highest priority, because that's how I move items around in lieu of using belts, which are a little bit laggy. To the extent that I've wondered if I shouldn't add some kind of other mod that adds like item transportation pipes or something instead of using the storage drawers, which is not really how they're meant to be used. Okay, let's do the first one here. Oh, the next one's gonna make it a slideshow. This is not the big schematic. This is the small one. Great, well this schematic is good to go. Let me put down my schematic cannon. How about literally right here? Why not? Put it down. Building 1. Yay, go away lag. What do I need for this? This is gonna be pretty brutal, I think. 11 pages. Okay, let's do the other schematic now. Okay, guys, ready for some mega lag? If you thought the last one was bad, get ready for extra bad. Oh boy. At least it doesn't seem to mess with the CPU, so it's not breaking the OBS recording, so... Honestly, it wouldn't matter if it was breaking OBS though, because, I mean, it still looks like it's a slideshow. Let's try to make this stop right now. Yay! Frames back. Let's make a material checklist. This should be good. Oh wow, it's only 10 pages, that's funny. 2,700 andesite metal. I mean, I think I have enough to make that. I do, it's just gonna be a pain actually running that manually through metal presses. 2,000 cyan terracotta, that's not good. 1,200 basalt, I mean, this is not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be like I snap my fingers and, oh look, we jump cut the video and look, he got all the materials because it only took like 30 minutes to do. This is gonna be an operation. We're gonna not worry about that now and instead do the first building where I basically can jump cut because it doesn't need anywhere near as much stuff. In fact, I've already cleared out all the machines which I got rid of in the schematic to reclaim the parts. I've almost got everything. I think the only thing I don't have is that couple hundred glass at the end there, but I just got the long pearl bricks. Oh wait, no, I don't have framed blocks, darn it. At least I have about 60,000 of them. Anyways, now I've got everything. Let's start building. Ah, that wasn't so bad. The first building is done. Guess I can stop this now. But it is the small building, relatively speaking. Anyways, let me go ahead and turn this on so we can get power going again. This will help a lot. Are we back in business? What does it look like? I think we are.
Excellent.
Oh, would you look at that? We're actually over day 1000. I missed it. I guess there will be a completion video in order soon. Uh-oh. That's a problem. What has caused this? I saw this happen on the creative world, and I don't know why it happened here. Oh, if it gets 16,000 of one thing in one spot, and it freaks out and can't do more. No wonder. I think I can solve the problem by adding either more storage capacity upgrades or just a void upgrade that destroys excess items. That's actually probably the best idea in the long run. Back on track. Time to start collecting stuff for the big manufactory. I've sped up the total speed of everything here. I've doubled the main system, and right at this spot I've made a max speed area for these machines here. So I can actually just put these here, and I'll get these plates really fast. Somehow it turns out I have almost exactly the amount of basalt that I need in my storage system. So the only major thing left is the cyan terracotta. So I'm going to need over 4 stacks of cyan dye, obviously. Let's go see if I have that. I probably do. Or if I don't, it should be easy to get because of the way I did it with the nether stuff a couple videos ago. That is definitely not 4 stacks. Darn it. Oh, what the heck is that? Hair. Great. That friendly fire works. Ah! Cool, there's all my cyan terracotta. I should get more gunpowder. Gonna need quite a bit of gunpowder, actually. There's all of that. Put that in there, and I'll put the rest in here. Let's start the build. Apparently that was about 3 hours according to the replay file, which is not as long as I actually thought it was going to be. About a stack of gunpowder later, I have a gigantic manufactory building. Take a look at this. The train's actually in here, so we can see what the train looks like when it's parked here. Of course, I have so much space. What am I going to do with all of it? Well, I'm certainly not going to fill all of it in this video, but I will do pretty much everything that I can that involves just iron, wood, and stone and redstone. The very first thing I want to start with is going to be automating stone, which I will do here because it's stupidly easy. I'm just going to make a really small like 4x4 cobblestone farm and then turn it into stone and then smooth stone and then stone bricks and then like this just building block stuff. Then I can use cobblestone to make things like andesite, which I will make on site here because I need to make andesite alloy on site. And then obviously most of the crate stuff takes andesite alloy or brass, and we're not doing brass today, so I'll just ship in iron from over at my iron factory. I will ship in logs from over here. These tree farms have just been absolutely going to town. It's crazy how fast they grow. You can just watch it for a short amount of time. I have this feeling like this place is going to just become the lag factory. Cobblestone farmers done these are always such a delight to make. It's turned off right now because I don't want it pouring cobblestone down the drain for no reason right now. But the next step is I need to make a 3-lane smelting system. It's going to have 1 lane to turn cobblestone into stone, 1 to turn stone into smooth stone, which is just for decorative stuff. I don't think I craft stuff with that. Then another lane, I'm gonna teleport sand back. I'm gonna probably teleport sand from the Scarlet area, the Redstone Factory, like I did here, and smelt that into glass. Also, these really small machines, I'm just building water wheels for. Like, they don't even need to bring big power in. It takes so little to do this stuff. Once I connect a storage trim to this, it should start putting out the right stuff. Should put out cobblestone here. Now it should put the right stuff out, okay? Right. Yeah! Cobblestone. Oh shoot, it's putting a lot out at once. It needs to put out exactly one at a time. And no, give me that. Put that there. Now it should, yep, there we go. Cobblestone's going in. Oh wait, I can double the conveyor belt speed. There. Nice. There's our sand. But now, what I want to do is bring the wood over. We're going to turn the wood into stripped wood, planks, and then slabs and sticks. It would seem a new storage trim line is in order to yoink some oak logs from the tree farm and move it underground over to the right spot. Here, want to see something annoying? This is how I'm getting logs from here. I've got this thing and I had to add another one of these dumb new systems here. And it brings it up here. And this is right where the wood is going to come out. Oh. Wow, look at that. It's working. Look at this compact machine. It does everything I need it to do. It makes sticks. You can see it puts sticks in there. Well, we just filled it up. It makes slabs right in the middle. And of course it collects the planks, which it already filled up. And once I have the andesite alloy, then it's going to make the casings. And all of this, it's a contained storage system, so I can move it around wherever I need to. And first place is going to be to make barrels. I've built the iron equivalent of the compact wood machine. This here makes for iron products. Well, it doesn't make the ingots, but you get the point. It makes the plates, it makes the nuggets, and it makes the blocks of iron. So I can combine, these are all crafting materials, I can combine this stuff to make a good portion of what I have here. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to transport the stuff up here to this second story, where I will probably automate more of the components. I'll do it up here because it's a little bit nicer. So I'm going to start with barrels for vaults so that I can unload the train. Yo, look at that. That's so easy. Relatively speaking. I thought it was going to be hard. But look at that. It's making barrels and it's putting the barrels in here. Here, put the slave there. And then it's going to start putting it in. And now we make vaults, which get dumped on the ground. Hold on. I need to connect the output to more storage drawers, and in order to have a storage wall where all the stuff kind of gets congregated in one spot that I can access easily. So each one of those slots can hold about 500 of those items, which seems like a perfectly reasonable amount to save up to. Behold the automation wall. I'll show you what I've done now. We've got chests automated, which is used to make storage drawers, and then the chests are also going to go to hoppers, but they're being hogged by the drawers right now. Then I have, oh look, I guess I already made it. Already made 500 iron chutes. And then I've got this, which is going to be for tanks. When eventually I'll be able to do tanks. I don't have copper sheets yet, but that's just a spot. Also from the barrels for the vaults. I have oak trims, which is these things. This is how I move items around. So what I'm going to do now is take a bunch of my item vaults and put them underneath the hopper cars to unload the redstone and the quartz. A very simple matter of item chutes. Take the quartz out. And there we go. It's going in there. It doesn't look like it. Come on. Yeah, it's all going in there. 3 stacks at a time. Now, where did I put that train schedule? This is the red... Yeah, so once it's done being unloaded, I'm actually going to start this thing on its automatic schedule. Finally. What do we got anyways, total? 81,000. Love to see it. Reset. Go away. Let me get out of here. There goes the train. It's off. Well, we'll be seeing that in about like 15 minutes. It's going to sit there for 10 minutes and fill up, and then it's going to come back and sit for 10 minutes. So I'll let you know when it comes back. Hey, there it is. I best not forget while I'm here. I need to name the train and the cat. After a careful consideration of the suggestions, I've decided to name the train, rename it from the Hopper Train, which is just my name. I'm going to name it instead the Red Baron. And the cat, I will name Ollie. Thank you everyone for the suggestions. There were a lot of suggestions. And also to the person who suggested Ollie, I am sorry to hear that, and I hope your friend's cat gets better. I've discovered a slight problem. And you can probably tell what it is. And by slight, I mean severe problem. We are currently at 29 frames per second, which is unacceptable. And I've been watching it and feeling it get worse as I've been building here. And you can see I have a lot of crafting here now. I have this crafting down here. Then, of course, I have a lot... Super jetpack. I have a lot of crafting up here. And I've been like, why is it getting laggy? And I was like, oh, wait, I saw a video a little while ago by somebody you might be familiar with, Foxy No Tail, had a lag busting video for Crate, which I came across a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, well, that might be useful. That's why I've been trying to avoid belts so hard. But one of the other things in that video that you're supposed to avoid, which I'd forgotten about, is, well, mechanical crafters. Which is a problem because that's basically the entire, like, point of what we're doing. You need these. This is the only auto crafting method right now. Obviously, I'm not going to automate a ton of stuff if it means sacrificing my frame rate. So I have a couple options. I could not automate stuff, which is not an option, or I can go to a different world and do a little bit of testing myself. And in doing that, find another mod with auto crafting. There's no way it should be taking this long to make a void world. Let me guess, it's not making a void world because the stupid terrain generation mod overwrites all other world generation options. That's probably what's happening. What a surprise. That was insane. I had to remove all the world generation mods and biomes of plenty to make it generate a stupid super flat world. Anyways, here, this seems like a great idea. Let's go ahead. We are at 60 frames per second now, but let's uncap this. Over 200. So all I'm gonna do is fill in this giant area. Nice. It's safe to say that causes a small amount of lag. Okay, maybe that's not the most productive thing. Look, I probably don't even have I don't even have 1,000. Granted, that brings my frame rate down by about half when you're looking at all of them. So that's not insignificant. What about smart shoots? Because I have a lot of those as well. That only causes that's much less of a problem. Controller slave. I have a lot of these as well. Almost no effect. Next step is to go on a backup of the world and take out all of the mechanical crafters and see if that helps at all. Whoa, that actually did seem to greatly improve my frame rate. And I'm still on my usual 12 chunks. That actually made a big difference. I'm kind of surprised. How about I take out all the smart shoots now and see if that does anything. I'm pleased to say, kind of, that actually did help. Taking out both of those greatly improved the problem, basically completely fixed it. So now I'm stuck needing another mod that can supply auto crafting and item extraction filtration. And I have a couple ideas. Good old thermal mods. What does it even look like in this version? Wow, it is quite different looking than 1.12. Or is it? Ah, yes. The sequential fabricator, my beloved. So let's see if this thing is less laggy. And watch it just be more laggy. I mean, this is why we're doing this. It's slightly laggy. And remember, this is 1,000 of them. I'm not going to have 1,000 of them. So when I'm staring directly at it, I get about 200 frames versus when it's stone, I receive 107. Okay, even less frames. Hello, game. For some mysterious reason, the frame rate goes up when I replace it with crafters. Obviously, it's a sign that I should use these because apparently it's less laggy than stone. Stone is laggier than thermal, sequential fabricators. Looks like we have a winner. I hope you guys enjoyed it and maybe you found the end of it a little bit informative. If you're experiencing lag, then it could be from crafters. Whoa. That is fast. If you made it this far, thanks for watching and I hope you enjoyed. I don't want to tease too much and possibly overpromise, but I've now got the mods needed to make working planes and boats. And I'm keeping a close eye on the add-on for working tanks to be updated to 1.20. But I've been Sbeev, and I'll see you next time.